Morning all, and welcome back.
Bring the public in.
Yes,
sorry,
we're
is that
merged, and now
somebody on
we're ready
AT&T?
for our members. Hold on a second.
Yes,
AT&T.
Sir, hold on one second, please. The AT&T says they're merged, but we're not hearing you. So I should be hearing you over the AT&T line.
Oh, you're not hearing me?
AT&T, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so have you merged with the Teams environment to hear our members?
Yes.
Miss,
But the public is still not.
We're not hearing them. Let me do a quick audio check. Chairman Vasquez, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We're not hearing you, sir.
Oh,
One moment.
Anyone hear Chairman's voice?
How about now?
hello, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Perfect, there we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, ready to go?
You ready?
Okay, AT&T,
Miss
we're ready
Lenny,
to go live, please. Deputy Controller Stowers, we can hear you, but I do not see you on video.
you're correct. I'm on my telephone. I called in. My camera is off.
Okay,
I don't know if it's my system. It's just there's a glitch.
We can hear you.
Okay, we
But
are
I'm-
live.
I'm-
okay, members, if I could ask you to hold. Vice Chair Schaefer's just rejoined us. Deputy Controller Stowers is present. We do have quorum. The lines are merged and we're ready to go live.
Okay, so you can hear me now, Brenda?
Yes, sir.
All right, we will go ahead and get started. Good morning all, and welcome back. We are reconvening our meeting from yesterday. So it's my understanding this is a continuation meeting, so we'll just continue on. And with that, if I could just get Ms. Taylor to please call the roll.
Certainly. I would like to ask everyone to please mute their lines. Chairman Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Present.
Member Gaines,
Present.
Member Cohen,
Present.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Present.
So we have a quorum is present, and the board meeting is now called back to order. With that, just another friendly reminder, especially for those guests that are joining us today. As I know we're going to have several different partners live streaming with us, and just letting everybody know that we share the same line. So just to make it as easy as possible for our staff as they're recording for our transcriptionists, if you would just please have a little bit of patience, and I will, as I identify you to speak, you will be ready to go. And once again, your patience is greatly opening remarks before we start the meeting. Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Vasquez. I appreciate this. I just wanted to recognize an individual in my community who passed away, so wanted to adjourn in memory at the conclusion of today's meeting. And I wanted to take a moment to recognize the loss of Austin Ramsey, who passed away a few days ago. His father called him a warrior, a brother, a son, and a friend to so many. He was all of those things, and his loss will be felt throughout the tight-knit community. Austin served his country as an airborne ranger in the 75th Ranger Regiment. Afterwards, he joined the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department, where he continued his service, helping to keep that county, my home county, safe. He lived a life that was dedicated to protecting others. He has gone too soon. His family, along with his friends and colleagues and fellow servicemen and women, will mourn his loss deeply. I want to close by saying we need to care for our veterans and for our public safety officers. They may be dealing with issues that are impossible for many of us to understand. They've been trained to be brave and strong and independent, and those traits give us the finest fighting force in history. The American soldier is one of the world's gold standard, but they can struggle. They still need help. they face problems where their battlefield training will not help. It falls on us to reach out to them, to honor them beyond the years of their service by helping them reintegrate into the civilian world and lead a happy and productive life. God bless Austin Ramsey, his family, and everyone who lives that he touched in his life. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you did bring this up. I know November next month is Veterans Month, where we look and we honor our veterans. So thank you for sharing that with us. And my condolences to his family as well. With that, members, if we could, let me have Ms. Taylor open up with her for opening announcements, then we'll get started with our order of business.
Our first order of business today is an announcement regarding public teleconference participation. Good morning, and thank you for joining today's Board of Equalization meeting via teleconference. Throughout the duration of today's meeting, you will primarily be in a listen-only mode. As you may know from our public agenda notice and our website, we have requested that individuals who wish to make a public comment fill out the public comment submission form found on our additional information webpage in advance of today's meeting, or alternatively, participate in today's meeting by providing your public comment live. After the presentation of an item has concluded, we will begin by identifying any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceedings staff, with the AT&T operator providing directions for you to identify yourself. After all known public commenters have been called, the operator will also provide public comment instructions to the individuals participating via teleconference. Accordingly, if you intend to make a public comment today, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We ask that everyone who is not intending to make a public comment, please mute their line or minimize background noise. If there are technical difficulties when we are in the public comment portion of our meeting, we will do our best to read submitted comments into the record at appropriate times. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And with that, if you would please call our first item.
The first item is K1C, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues. This matter will be introduced by Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. Just doing a quick audio check to confirm that you all can hear me.
Yes.
I'm Brenda Fleming, the Executive Director. Members, today's report will provide updates on our priorities and significant accomplishments since last month's meeting. As a reminder, members, we will continue our remote board meetings through January 31st, 2022 per Assembly Bill 361. As we approach that timeframe, I will provide updates for resuming in-person public meetings as more information is known. Second item, members, as plans are being finalized for our Advisory Council kickoff meeting, which, as you know, is scheduled for November 2nd. As you know, the purpose of the Advisory Council is to provide a forum for the Executive Director to receive input with a diversity of perspectives on matters relating to the exploration and development of approaches and best practices to address the complex tax issues which confront Californian citizens, businesses, and policymakers. I do look forward to sharing the highlights and takeaways from the meeting to add to our list of important modernization and improvement priorities. And so, of course, members, I will continue to keep you informed. Next item, members. As you know, the annual Assessors Conference is being held next week in Sacramento. We look forward to the opportunity to participate in this year's conference. I believe Assessor Dronenberg, who's current president of CAA, is on with us. And so later in his comments, he may make a comment. Next item, members. Believe it or not, we are quickly approaching the end of the 2021 calendar year. In partnership with you, we have accomplished a great deal of taxation business. Staff members are preparing a summary of our 2021 accomplishments for us to highlight at the December board meeting. I look forward to celebrating the good work that we've achieved under your leadership. Members, if there are no questions on those general highlights, I'll move on to the K1D item on status report on options for COVID-19's impact on property tax deadlines. Members, as you know, Member Cohen introduced this topic as an L item at the April board meeting. And over the past several months, we've discussed options which could provide relief for those impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Just a quick summary of what we've done so far. At our August board meeting, if you recall, staff presented sample language for proposed constitutional and statutory amendments for the board's discussion. For your reference, it's issue paper 21-002, and it's again attached to this month's pan also. The board members, by consensus, you assigned me to work with the county assessors and the assessment appeals board clerks to get their input on the operational impact of extending deadlines. Their input, of course, was and is necessary for further development of potential legislative language. Next, we were asked to then report back at the September board meeting, which we did, and more discussion occurred. Any other public calamity. For today's discussion, the goal is to share and discuss the stakeholder submissions that have been received for use in the development of the next version of the proposed language. This next version, for simplicity, we'll refer to as version 2, and that will be presented at the November meeting. To date, I have received input from both the clerks and CADA concerning the draft language presented in August. Both of their submissions have been attached to the agenda for your reference. Joining me and available to participate in today's report and discussion are the Honorable Mr. Ernie Dronenberg, San Diego County Assessor Recorder Clerk and CAA President, Mr. John McKibben, Deputy Clerk of the LA County Board of Supervisors. If Mr. McKibben is not here, then Mr. Tom Parker, also from the LA County Board, are here to participate. A representative from the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, CADA, is also here to join us and participate in this morning's discussion. I'm also, of course, joined by my staff, Mr. David Young, Property Tax Deputy Director, and Mr. Richard Moon, our Senior Property Tax Counsel. Members, I'll just pause to turn it over to you for any comments.
Members, do we have any comments or questions? I just I see Member Cohen. Go ahead, and then I have one quick one. Go ahead, Member Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. It's good to be back with you. Good morning to the Executive Director. Ms. Fleming, just want to take a moment and thank you and your staff for working on the language for the proposed statutory and constitutional amendments. It's very important that during this process that we involve stakeholders and the public. You know this, you know how I feel about making sure that we're transparent. I believe that the board endorses the policy of providing additional authority to extend deadlines in the wake of the lessons learned from the pandemic. I believe that this is an ongoing process and welcome continuing the impact, continuing to push the urgency. A couple things I just want to note that for the public, that the constitutional amendments to provide relief to taxpayers over 55 and others who couldn't transfer their base year values within the 2-year constitutionally mandated limit are important pieces of legislation, and the language for these amendments should be fine-tuned by staff, approved in concept by the board, and to appear on the November 22nd ballot. Also noting for the public that these amendments, it's a high hurdle. We are proposing constitutional amendments that will require the approval of 2/3 of both houses on the legislature. So what we are potentially undertaking is no easy feat. But I do want to note that there is continued urgency now to continue the drafting process with the goal of receiving language that can be endorsed in concept by the board. And what happens is once we endorse the concept as a board, then we will be able to go to approach members of the legislature and ask them to endorse such relief for taxpayers. So, Ms. Fleming, when we hear the report, I'm going to give you a heads up on my notes. I'm going to ask that you come back and you just give us a light touch, a report back. This is in November. On the suggested final language. I just want to make sure that we're walking the public as well as the board in every aspect of this process, even if it's taking little baby steps. And I want to also make sure that we not let the quest for perfection interfere with the good, and that we do need to move on this now. So thank you for your past work, and thank you in the future for the continued work that you're going to do on this issue. Mr. Chair, I turn the meeting back over to you. Thanks for giving me a few minutes.
Thank you. I just had one, and more of a clarifying question for you, Brenda, as you move forward. Just once again, I guess just to clarify that we are, I guess for everybody's benefit that's listening and those that are with your task force and your presenters, that we will be discussing two proposals for extension or potentially extending deadlines. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so just for clarity, if I could just restate it. So there are two in the issue paper, and I'm going to ask Mr. Young and Mr. Moon to just pop on to support me in this portion of the discussion. In our issue paper that was originally attached to the August PAN, we speak to some statutory amendments first to Government Code 15620 and RTC 155. And those deal with some of our existing provisions for deadlines. Those primarily are for materials submitted to the board. The second is the constitutional amendments to Article 13, Section 2. Richard, correct me if I'm wrong. But that constitutional set of provisions is dealing with the extension of deadlines for base year value transfers. So it's two distinct paths. One is a statutory path and one is a constitutional path. Gentlemen, correct me if I'm misstating.
That's correct. Let's go.
Thank you.
So with that in mind, you mentioned Section 155 is the alternative staff have prepared, right? Which would clarify the board's authority to extend deadlines for assessors, county boards, and taxpayers unable to meet filing deadlines due to the governor's proclaimed emergencies. Protecting everyone in the public's calamity is important, and they are often shared the same deadlines. So I just want to make sure we're all speaking about the same. Well, you mentioned already Section 155, and the other one, I guess, is a constitutional potential amendment moving forward. With that, if there's no other comments or questions from any of the other members, I will turn it back to you, Ms. Flemings.
Thank you. So members and team, today, part of the discussion is really for us to acknowledge, and we will, of course, open the mic to give our partners in this an opportunity to comment. Really what we were looking for is, based upon the material that was presented at the August meeting, the issue paper that staff presented, we wanted to allow at the September meeting, and then again at this meeting, by having that information on the PAN, to invite stakeholders to provide their submissions of proposed amendments or edits to our language, or to further it. But basically, they submitted material to weigh in on the material in the issue paper. We have received input from the clerks, and we've received input from CADA. And so, of course, in a partnership with CAA, that's our norm to just collaborate as a part of the alleged work. And so what we were wanting to examine today is, one, just to acknowledge what we've received so that we're transparent about what's been received. All of that material is on the PAN. The second point is to acknowledge or just to state to what degree those submissions from those external stakeholders aligned where it aligned with our draft from the issue paper or where there were gaps. That assessment of how close we are or how far away we are will determine what our next steps are. And so in talking to staff, we feel like we are fairly aligned, and I'm going to pause for a minute to give Mr. Young and Mr. Moon an opportunity to comment on the details, but we don't see that there's that much distance. In summary, there doesn't seem to be any issue or question regarding Government Code 15620. There doesn't appear to be any conflict, and that's a statutory change. So, and then the second statutory item is RTC 155. There is some differences of opinion there, and Richard and Dave will talk about that. When we look at the second lane, which is the constitutional path, there doesn't seem to be any conflict there. So to the extent that there is alignment or general agreement or consensus with the constitutional provisions, we can probably just go ahead with words, direction and adoption today. We could proceed with the constitutional draft language and then present that information at the November meeting. We could also proceed, if back in the statutory lane, we could proceed with drafting language for Government Code 15620. I'm looking at my team to give me one option or another. Now, the third option, statutory, is RTC 155. We can do one of two things. We can take the submissions that we've got, and we can try to draft something that's a middle road version of the differences. Present that at the November meeting is one option, and then represent it, have more discussion, or we could do what we would normally do in these circumstances where there's differences of opinion. We would have, as you know, members, an interested parties process. And in lieu of doing the normal interested parties process, which is oftentimes quite lengthy, we could do an accelerated interested parties process just to give more opportunity to take the conversation into that forum. Again, it's a publicly announced meeting, so there's transparency to it, but it would give us another forum to really get down into the detail to try to negotiate and come to some consensus on the language. Then we would do that between now and the November meeting. The outcome of that accelerated interested parties discussion would be a draft that by then we would have reached some degree of consensus. We could then present that at the November meeting. So the difference there would be if we do an accelerated interested parties process, we could have consensus before the November meeting, or we can just take it offline. We and my staff can start to draft something and present it at the November meeting without consensus, and we would have to reach consensus in the November timeframe. My recommendation would be, before I make that recommendation, but my recommendation is if we think the consensus is not there, then we start with the accelerated process. So when we come back to you in November, we've got a better, more cooked product, if you will. Gentlemen, I open it up to Mr. Young and Mr. Moon to correct anything that I've misstated.
No, Ms. Fleming, I believe you stated it very, very accurately and well. I personally, since we have invited guests to speak, I would very much appreciate their comments. If there is any ability to reach any type of consensus, maybe we can do it now. If not, there is always, as Ms. Fleming so eloquently put it, we can always try a little bit more in the IP, an accelerated IP process, but and then come back with alternatives for the board's action.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Moon, any comments? Otherwise, I'll turn it over to our first invited speaker, Mr. Dronenberg.
No, nothing to add from me.
Okay, thank you, sir. Chairman, honorable members, with your permission, I'd like to invite Mr. Dronenberg to join the discussion.
Good morning, honorable mentions, members. And you're an honorable mention too, so. I agree with what your target is. We have a legislative committee scheduled for next week. If I get a draft of your proposal today, after this meeting, I will call the chairman and have him schedule that item to be considered by our legislative committee pass that through them next week at our annual meeting in Sacramento. We have had a policy for years of wanting to give input as much as possible, but not spending a lot of times until we see what somebody really wants us to do. And so having this draft will give our committee a really good chance to dig in, and we'll get that to them right away and they can discuss it next week.
Thank you, Assessor Dronenberg.
And my comments on the to date, there is no, I've informally run the ideas by the 2 or 3 different meetings and there's been no objections, but we'll see what it looks like in print.
Thank you for that input. Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, if you would allow, I would also like to invite, I think Mr. Tom Parker is on with us, and Mr. John McKibben. Mr. McKibben, are you available?
Yes, I am, Ms. Fleming. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and members. I am John McKibben. I'm representing today the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, CACEO. On item, this item specifically with regard to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 155. Our association has no position or objections to the other constitutional amendments and government code amendments that are under consideration with respect to the issue paper we're talking about today. As you know, Section 155 deals with extensions of administrative deadlines affecting assessors and county boards of equalization and assessment appeals boards. In 2020, the clerk sought relief from your board on the 2-year deadline for decisions on assessment appeals under our Revenue and Taxation Code Section 1604C due to the fact that coronavirus had caused county boards to completely shut down in many or most counties. County boards were then unable to hold hearings, many of which involved applications that were going to expire in the near term. Your board expressed frustration, if you will recall, in 2020 that you could only provide a one-time extension of 40 days on the 2-year deadline under calamities conditions. This frustration was expressed again earlier this year when you directed staff to prepare an issue paper on the subject. However, that issue paper in its discussion of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 155 in Alternative 1 discussed the possibility of expanding the code section to allow taxpayers to request extensions of deadlines in Division 1 of the Revenue Tax Code dealing with property taxation. We strongly disagree with that specific approach. In our letter to your board on September 16th, we proposed a simple conservative draft of language to extend the 30-day provided in the code section to not more than 60 days and not more than 1 calendar year in case of public calamity, rather than 40 days. Our proposed language also would permit your board to authorize multiple extensions of time for public calamities as needed under the circumstances of the particular public calamity, trying to keep it narrowly focused. Although we recognize your board may wish to adjust the specific timelines included in our proposal, we do recommend these timelines or something very similar to them should be concluded in proposed legislation in order to address the problems posed by health emergencies such as COVID or similar public emergencies. We believe our approach is an appropriate conservative one that deserves your consideration and approval. We also strongly recommend that you reject CADA's proposal to open up such deadline extensions to any and all taxpayers. We believe this would create chaos in the property tax system, which we stress is indeed a system that involves numerous processes that must be followed closely by assessors, clerks, tax collectors, and county auditor controllers in order to make the system work properly for the benefit of all Californians. I thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I would like to defer to Tom Parker to make his comments too from a legal standpoint, if that is permissible, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. McKibben. Mr. Parker?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fleming. Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable board members. For the record, Tom Parker, Los Angeles County Counsel's Office, and I am the AAB Counsel for Los Angeles County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today to your board. Getting to a more legal perspective real quickly, Revenue and Taxation Code 155.3, which has been on the books for as many years as 155, grants the State Controller's Office the same oversight authority over tax collectors and auditor controllers that your board has under 155 over assessors and county boards. I note this only to make the point that some of the proposals to amend 155 are very broad and would authorize the state board to change any deadlines in a rather big part of the Revenue and Taxation Code. And I would urge you not to step on the toes of the State Controller's Office and the existing oversight jurisdiction that they have over several of the county departments that deal with property tax. CADA's language, as Mr. McKibben noted, will definitely create chaos because under that language, one single taxpayer could seek a deadline extension from your board. Now that means county staff are going to have to track that individual taxpayer differently than the rest of the taxpayers in that county. And that really doesn't make sense. 155 is not in the part of the Revenue and Taxation Code where taxpayer deadline relief is warranted. In a case such as a pandemic, that's clearly more in the province of other authorities to get relief. The focus of the state board should be where it is and has been historically and jurisdictionally with requests from county boards and assessors. And I'll cut my comments there. I'll answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, if you would allow, I would now invite Ms. Hrabowski from the California Alliance of Taxpayer Associates, Taxpayer Advocates from CADA to comment. Ms. Hrabowski.
Ms. Fleming, this is Richard Ayub appearing on behalf of CADA. I don't believe Ms. Hrabowski was scheduled to speak on this particular topic. I believe I was. I think my name shows on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
No problem. I appreciate that. Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Schaefer, members, honorable members of the board, I'm Richard Ayub of Agilat, Polly, Ayub, and Matarisi, appearing on behalf of CADA with respect to the position paper submitted in a letter by CADA on October 14th. As that letter indicates, we of course agree with the constitutional amendments and the suggested amendment to 15.620 of the Government Code. We do have some issues, however, with respect to the exact language for the amendments proposed to 155. In the spirit of the issue paper as drafted by the State Board of Equalization staff on this issue, we agree that the taxpayers are entitled to equal consideration, a due process, and equity here on matters within the board's jurisdiction. I want to make that very clear. And there are many areas that fall within that. Rules 302 and 313 governing hearing procedure, change of ownership statements required by the BOE 100B. All of these are areas on which the deadlines for assessors and taxpayers intersect and are within the power of the Assessment Appeals Board. And all CADA is asking, and all believe we're following in the sentiment of the board's issue paper, is to grant the same latitude to taxpayers with respect to deadlines that are occasioned by calamities and emergency situations, not willy-nilly as might be suggested in some people's minds. senior transfer deadlines, disaster relief claim deadlines, change of ownership statement filing deadlines, appeal hearings are all issues that come within the board's jurisdiction in terms of its rulemaking ability and as prescribed by the rules in 15606 of the Government Code. Some examples of why this is necessary. County assessors and AAB staff have been working remotely and in part are very hard to, interact with in a remote session. I mean, just the opening of this session and the difficulties of some technical issues demonstrate that this is not the best way to communicate. And when you can't go in to see the assessor, it's difficult to get things done in a timely manner. For example, the LA County Hall of Administration has been closed to the public for over 18 months. It just reopened last week. And you can think of what that does in terms of the taxpayer's ability to conduct meaningful business within a limited time period. We believe that the suggested language in our letter, thus limiting the taxpayer's interest to statements and reports or documents required under that division, limit it to those items within the state board's jurisdiction. The other thing that we address in our letter is the request for subsequent extensions. We believe that subsequent extensions of time should be approved by the board directly, probably after a hearing, and that's set forth in our letter to prevent the continued postponement willy-nilly, almost ad hoc without any kind of oversight. We believe that some limitation on the extensions is appropriate, and the board's review seems to make sense. I would add also, just in response to what Mr. Parker and Mr. McKibben were saying, I don't think we're that far apart, and we normally can come together on these kinds of things. And I do understand their concern about the balkanization of the process by different taxpayers raising these issues and creating some administrative difficulty. We can try and work on that point, but I would ask if the taxpayers can't somehow make this request to the state board in a similar manner that the county clerks can. Who's there to protect the taxpayers when these deadlines are very rigid and subject to no extension? So with that, I would offer my availability to answer any questions and clarify any points that I've raised.
Thank you, Mr. Ayub. I appreciate your comments. Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, turn it back to you.
Thank you. I see one hand up. Member Gaines, go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, I'd like to, if Mr. Ayub, if I could speak to him or ask him a question, just in terms of what sort of examples do you think might come forward before the BOE by an individual taxpayer? And do you think that would happen very often?
I don't think it would happen very often, and I think it would be more in the nature, Member Gaines, that, for example, responding to a BOE 100B, I think if one taxpayer has an issue, I think most taxpayers are going to have an issue. And I think if you're extending deadlines, it's not going to be on an ad hoc basis one by one, but you're going to be considering it from a policy standpoint. Should we allow an extra 30 days to prevent the imposition of an automatic 90-day penalty? So for example, if in a family limited partnership, a father transfers some interest to a son and it triggers a change in ownership, that's an opaque change of ownership that must be reported within 90 days. Often a lot of taxpayers don't have the ability to report within 90 days. And if they don't report within 90 days, there's an automatic 10% penalty. I, as an interested party, or Cato might, or some other taxpayers group, IPT, or some other California Taxpayers Association might see that this is a problem and say, hey, we need to extend that 90 days to 120 days to cover those situations where a BOE 100B could be impacted by the inability to get advice from the board, advice from a professional advisor on a transaction. People are getting trapped under the current rule now, and everything is being exacerbated by things like the pandemic. And that's just one example. Calamity claims, the fire claims are, subject to certain time limitation. Those issues are very, very important. And as a matter of public policy, I think this board would want to allow taxpayer groups the ability to, on behalf of taxpayers, extend these deadlines when appropriate.
Yeah, that's just I guess that would be kind of my natural viewpoint, is I'd want to make sure that taxpayers had an opportunity to seek remedy. And if it meant before the BOE, I'm okay with that. I guess we could, based on the circumstances, we could look at always making some adjustments too, if we felt like we're having challenges trying to address the needs of many taxpayers. Maybe coalitions could be developed on, similar issues and things of that nature that could be brought before the board. I would also like to hear from Mr. McKibben to see what his thoughts are on this issue, because I just naturally would want a taxpayer, if they had a problem, I would naturally want to try to address that. And maybe he could help me in terms of understanding this. Is he concerned about backlogs coming before the BOE? Too many people coming before the BOE, or what is that specifically, the issue?
Well, our concern, I think, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gaines, our concern is that the only deadline that I can think of that we're talking about with regard to taxpayers in relation to the County Board of Equalization is the filing deadline for appeals. That's a fairly lengthy time period, and we think that despite calamity conditions, even, the taxpayer is likely to be able to file that appeal. He's only responsible for that one property, presumably. Obviously, some have more than one appeal to file in any given year, but it's a fairly small, finite number. That, as Tom Parker's indicated, it would be very difficult to track individual taxpayers or keep track of which appeals that are pending are going to be subject to different deadlines than would otherwise be allowed. It would be quite a considerable administrative headache and cost, and I don't know that the county boards typically, particularly in the large counties with large workload, are prepared to be able to take that on.
Okay. Do you perceive it as being
we're anxious that people do have the ability to file an appeal, but I don't see that changing Section 155 the way it's been proposed is a viable solution.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Mr. Abu, are you still there?
Yes, Board Member Gaines, I am. And I would like the opportunity to address what Mr. McKibben said about the filing of appeals. That's an excellent example. During the pandemic, a lot of businesses were closed. People couldn't go into their businesses. And bills would be sent, adjusted bills or escape assessment bills would be sent to an office where nobody was there. And they had 60 days to appeal that particular bill. The notions of due process are offended by that. If you don't have a reasonable opportunity to get some time, you might find out 2 days before the deadline that you've gotten an additional assessment. But even putting that aside, just addressing the regular assessments, which are due in November 30th in most assessment appeals, which are due in November 30th in most jurisdictions, a lot of taxpayers don't get their bills until October. They don't have notice until October that they may want to appeal. While it does seem like a long time frame from July 1 to November 30th, you really don't get notice. The average guy doesn't get notice till he has a bill in his hand. And if you're getting your bill on October 15th, you've got 45 days and you're impacted by the pandemic, it would be nice to have the ability to get some time. We ran into, in our practice, a lot of people who had difficulty complying with the deadlines last time out.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I just I want to make sure we address this before we conclude today, but it seems like there's an issue there, and I just want to make sure taxpayers have a pathway for a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other other comments from other members? The only quick question I had, and it's going back to staff, Brenda, in your opening remarks, you mentioned that, staff was able to obtain, I guess, the proposal that came in, and it sounds like it just came in from CADA, is that correct?
So to date, from that stakeholder community in terms of tax advocates and tax representatives, the only input is from CADA, the California Alliance for Tax Advocates.
And did staff have ample time, did you folks have ample time to review and look it over before this meeting?
We've had our preliminary review of it. We haven't done our deep dive yet, as of yet.
Okay, that was my question. All right. Seeing no other hands or comments, I will turn it back over to Ms. Taylor.
So, Honorable Chairman Vasquez and
unless you had something else, Brenda, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if I may, sir. So it appears, and just in terms of next steps, if I may.
Sure.
First, starting with the constitutional amendment, if there doesn't appear to be any disagreement or lack of consensus, with the board's permission, I would recommend that we begin the process of outlining some language for the constitutional amendment to those provisions cited in the issue paper. Start the draft, something there, and working in collaboration with our partners at CAA. Present that information at the November meeting so that the board, by their general consensus or agreement, can decide the next steps to move forward with a constitutional amendment. So at the November meeting, we would come back with what I'll refer to, just for clarity on the record, a draft 2, version 2 of a proposed constitutional language. That would be my first recommendation, would ask the board's consideration of that option. As the second recommendation for your consideration is, as it relates to the statutory path for Government Code 15620, if there are no objections, and it appears we have consensus based upon what we've heard today and in the material, staff be allowed to proceed with drafting version 2 of proposed changes, amendments to Government Code 15620 as it relates to deadline extensions. Similarly, we would present that draft 2 to the board for your consideration and adoption approval at the November meeting. My third recommendation the board would allow is I'd recommend that we begin an accelerated interested parties process to have further discussion with stakeholders on RTC 155 to try to come to some consensus between now and the next few weeks on some alignment, some consensus on RTC 155, with the intent of coming back with a draft 2 at the November meeting. If we're not able to reach consensus in that accelerated interested parties process, we will report that out at the November meeting.
I am comfortable with that. Let me see if there's any comments or questions from the members. How do the members feel about that? Member Gaines, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with what's been laid out by Executive Director Fleming. That seems to make sense. They'll gather, and then by the time we meet again as a board, we'll have more information, and hopefully we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand from Member Cohen and then Ms. Stowers. Go ahead, Member Cohen.
Yes, thank you very much. I've enjoyed this conversation. I love hearing the experts share their opinions, and I love it even more when we're in agreement. So I just wanted to say that I concur with the Executive Director's recommendation on the constitutional amendment. I concur with the Revenue Tax Code 155 draft, and I concur with the interested parties process. Thank you.
Thank you.
This, one more thing. I assume that this all can come back in November.
Yes, that's the goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that we can continue monitoring, discussing,
and get feedback as well.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Stowers, and then I see Member Jonenberg, our chair also from CAA, but let me go with Ms. Stowers. Go ahead.
Thank you. As far as the IP process, will you be following the normal procedure of reaching out to other tax representatives and agents and advocates? I respect the opinion of CADA, but I would want to make sure that we're hearing from everyone and not just one organization's point of view. As far as the other recommendations, your suggestions, I'm okay with those too. And just in general, I did not have the opportunity to speak up earlier, so I want to say I understand the need to extend taxpayer deadlines in the case of emergencies. I truly understand that. The Franchise Tax Board has that authority written in law, and there's so many emergencies happening in California. It's automatic for them. It's not a huge leap. We know it's going to happen. We know if there's a federal declared emergency or a state emergency, the IRS extend their tax filing deadlines, the Franchise Tax Board will follow suit. Mainly, we want to make sure the deadlines are the same. In March 2020, when we had our stay-at-home order, the Office of Tax Appeal had the authority to extend their deadlines as far as filing appeals. Again, they are administering that program and they were able to carry out their program. So I respect the need to have the same authority at the local level. The assessors and the clerks should have the authority to extend tax deadlines in the case of emergency. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And it's was Member Fleming, Executive Director Fleming, did you have a quick comment on that or?
No, I'll hold my
You're
comment.
good? Okay.
Defer to Assessor Dronenberg.
Let me go with Mr. Dronenberg, our president. Go ahead. I think you're muted though.
Thanks for making me a member just a while back there.
Well, you've been a long time member, so it's once a member, always a member, right?
Okay. Brenda, in your timeline, I was hoping we could get a draft so I could get it to my legislative committee. Is that possible?
Yes, what we have and I can circle back with you on the details, but just for public comment, the material that we have to date, Ernie, on Government Code 15620 and on the constitutional material, that material is our starting point.
Okay.
Secondly, we've already started some conversations with our partners in CAA and the Ledge Committee, and so there's some work that we started based upon the prior assignments that the board gave me. So we don't have the draft yet of the 155 piece, but on the other two, on the constitutional language and on Government Code 15620, we do have some language there now. But we can circle back and either today and then by this week have something. So we are prepared to engage with you next week at the Ledge Committee.
Okay, and I gave Jeff the green light to start working on that, those other two pieces. So he's already started, but I just wanted to give him the whole basket so that we can make some really studied evaluations by November.
Okay, thank you for your support, Assessor Dronenberg, and we've engaged and we will make sure that all the material that you all need also is provided. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Richard. I don't just see your first name. Is that somebody, one of our partners?
I think that's Mr. Ayub from CADA.
Oh, okay. Is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's an old hand, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I'll take it down. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And it looks like Mr. Dronenberg. Mr. Dronenberg, I'm not sure if you had an additional comment or.
Yeah, that looks like another hand from, I don't know if that's an old one or a new one.
That's an old one. It's in its 70s.
Okay.
So members, if I just make a final comment with the recommendations I offered earlier, just a final comment. As you know, what we committed to in my capacity and in partnership with you in the 2020 timeframe, especially in the early months of COVID, we had regular conversations about lessons learned and takeaways from COVID. And we were going to take a look at those lessons learned and any other nuggets, if you will, that would allow us to look at these improvements. We were constrained in the 2020 timeframe, especially in the early months, as you know, as you led us in working with the governor's office and the legislature to get some deadlines. What I see is that at a fundamental level, it is going to be important for us to have more flexible authority in those areas that we currently have. And these are within the provisions that we have. We do need more flexibility consistent with what the other state agencies have, just to be able to respond in disasters or public calamity situations. So I think we're all in agreement from that perspective. There may be some disagreements in this in a specific set of nuances on 155, but I just wanted to state that for public comment so that we don't lose track of the fact that what we're really trying to do is be consistent with our governmental functions and partners in other agencies, and really just be able to effectively and efficiently perform and respond to emergency situations. That's consistent with governmental practice. And so to the extent that we have that authority to do so, let's make sure that at a minimum, we don't lose that opportunity to at least get that flexibility while we work on these others. And so we'll come back to you at the November timeframe. Once you decide if you approve my recommendations, we'll come back. If it's a perfect draft, great. But to Ms. Cohen's comments, it may not be perfect, but we can still work through it, remembering that the deadline for bill introduction is February. Right. So if we don't have it 100% nailed down in November, we can come back more discussion at December and January, but we still want to move with some urgency because disasters in California are happening on a regular basis. So we do want to be timely. I will defer to Mr. Young if he has any other comments or corrections to this path forward. Mr. Young. You're muted, sir. I'm sorry.
No corrections, Ms. Plenty. Thank you.
Mr. Young has veto power. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. Members, back to you.
Let me check with Ms. Taylor and see if there's anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item.
All right, let's take a look. We do not have any written comments. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to ask a question, please press 1 then 0 on your touch-tone phone. You may remove yourself from queue at any time pressing 1 0 again. If you're using a speakerphone, please pick up the handset before pressing the numbers. Once again, if you'd like to ask a question, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then what I would like to do on a procedural matter is, I guess, make the motion that includes everything that we just had a consensus that was presented by our executive director, and at least get an official vote so then we can bring this back in the next, hopefully next month.
Chairman Vasquez?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Towers.
I move that the executive director and her team provide revision language version 2 for the constitutional amendment, provide revision language for the government code section version 2, and have an accelerated IP meeting to discuss changes to RTC 155. And that IP meeting will include all stakeholders, and we'll reach out to others that we have not had an opportunity to speak with. And hopefully they can come to an agreement on the language, and they provide that language to us at the November meeting. And if not, at least report out at the November meeting the steps that they have taken so far.
Vice Chair Schaefer, I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Seeing no other comments or questions, Ms. Taylor, if you could please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next item.
Our next item is K1E, Organization of Board Work Groups. Follow-up discussion and action on the Board Work Groups Charter to formalize the work groups forums. This matter will be presented by Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Ms. Sater. Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, this item K1E for the agenda is the organization of the board work groups. Members, at the August 25th meeting, the board approved my recommendation for members to work together to develop a charter or rules of engagement for how to lead, function, organize, prepare, plan, etc. the work group meetings. Today is presented to you as a follow-up discussion regarding your next steps for the organization of the work groups, specifically how you will convene, prepare, agendize, and hold your work group forums or hearings. This would include your minutes, public meeting materials, working with board proceedings, etc. I believe Ms. Cohen has provided some additional material that has been attached to our public agenda, and that material has been presented for your consideration. One of the thoughts is, members, you could work through this material, and then I'll pause in just a moment and defer to Board Member Cohen on this matter. But one of the thoughts is you can take a look at the material, read through it, and then come back for further discussion at the November meeting, or at the board's pleasure, you can use a similar process that was used when you developed your governance policy. But I think it's going to be important for you all to work together in a collaborative manner, and I believe that's Ms. Cohen's desire, work together just to kind of flesh out how do you see them operating so that you're all comfortable with them, with the intent of having an additional forum for you to engage with taxpayers. Again, similar to our former board has the committee structure. The difference being that it's not as many of the agency staff participating in it, but it does give you that opportunity to do some advanced work in so many different areas of taxation. So I will, Madam Cohen, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And colleagues, I have some prepared remarks that I wanted to read to you and also to the members of the public. So they're a little bit lengthy, so I'm apologizing in advance, but I think you'll be interested in the thoughts that I want to convey here. And of course, I always like to begin all of my comments with just a note of gratefulness and to acknowledge and thank Ms. Fleming for her partnership in this work. I'm pleased that we're at this point. It's been an evolution of this process to have been able to propose the Board of Equalization Work Group Charter before the board for consideration. We're in this stage in the process because of our collective work, but because of your guidance and partnership. So thank you. With that said, I want to go back and just remind folks, initially, I proposed developing a board committee structure in March of 2019. At the time, the concerns were expressed about establishing committees due to the passage of AB 102. After 1.5 years of convening board statewide informational hearings and work groups, I proposed in December of 2020 that we take the next step and that we formalize the work group structure utilizing our lessons learned over the past 2 years. At that time, we unanimously agreed to direct the executive director to provide the board recommended path forward in establishing this structure. And in August of this year, our executive director did that and proposed that the board establish a board work group charter to set the guidelines for establishing and convening work groups. So I agreed to own drafting the charter, and before you today is a draft charter for your considerations. Now I'm going to go through exactly what you're reading. So the key components of the charter are as follows. It's a purpose, an introduction, a background, the establishment of the work group, more importantly, the scope of the work group, chair, co-chair, and members of the work group, participant of work group, notice requirement of work group meetings, and meetings of the work group. Reporting out of the work group findings, conclusion of the board work group meetings and hearings, and then finally, if applicable, policies, procedures, rules, regulations, and laws. So I'd like to highlight a few important aspects of the charter. The charter authorizes this board to establish work groups through the chair's discretion or recommendation by a member of the board through an L item. In both instances, a motion and adoption by the board is required. In establishing the work group, the charter requires the chair of the board or a member of the board to specify the following items: subject matter and objective, chair and vice chair, or in this case, co-chairs, time frame of the meetings, membership criteria, and the charter requires a public notice of each work group's meeting. The charter also allows for board members to designate a designee to attend work group meetings on their behalf. The charter requires the chair and or the co-chairs to report out on the work group meeting at the next scheduled board meeting. Such a report out requires a written report. And then finally, the charter requires that work groups abide by and comply with all board proceeding procedures, the board's governance policy, and all relevant law. So, Chair, at this time, I'd like to welcome comments and questions from board members, and then what I'd like to do is to present a motion for us to consider. So, if there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Seeing no comments or questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Stowers, go ahead.
Thank you both. Thank you for taking the time to draft a charter. I just got it on Monday, late Monday around 4 p.m. So I haven't had the opportunity to read it thoroughly and update the controller. So I am not in a position to act on it at this time.
I will give you my comments if nobody else is up ready. First of all, I'd like to thank Member Cohen for her work on this. The charter lays out a clear board work group structure, and as we move forward, we can develop further procedural details as needed. I'm prepared to vote on it today if that's the wishes of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Yvette Stowers. Colleagues, are there any other comments?
Looks like Member Gaines.
Yeah, if I could, would it be possible to get a little more time? I have not reviewed it. I apologize, but I've been this busy with these meetings, and if I could get a little more time, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
It sounds like a good concept.
Absolutely. Let me just
Vice
say,
Chair, I agree with Member Gaines.
Of course you do. It can come back for approval in November. It's not a problem. Miss Yvette Stowers, stifle it, Yvette.
Hey, I'm just saying, I appreciate the additional time. Thank you very much.
And actually, it's important because I want to make sure it was Betty Yee, the controller, that really pulled together the governance policy, and so her weighing in on it is actually important. So postponing it is not a problem. More time, as a matter of fact, quite honestly, I built that into the timeline. So I'm going to read the motion, and the motion actually does allow us to come back for more time in November. So I'm going to read the motion so you can hear it. Then it will frame, I'm thinking, your thoughts around about what you're going to review. Okay, so here we go. This is the motion that I'm reading into the record. I have no expectation that we will take action on it, but I want you to hear it out, okay? Because I'll bring it back in November. So my motion is acknowledging the need for the board to have a structure for board members to engage in significant policy discussions and address emerging issues without requiring the full use of agency resources needed for regularly scheduled board meetings. Ms. Towers, I particularly put that in there with you in mind. And I am requesting that the board consider the proposed charter and provide recommendations for considerations and possible adoption at the November board meeting. So this approval process that I'm proposing is like the approach we use in the development of the board's government policy. So it's just sticking and being consistent with it. So I'm not asking you to necessarily approve the charter, but I do want you to review. I want you to be comfortable with it because I really think that this will set the framework for future board meetings. Quite honestly, when all of our time is come and gone on this body, but will still allow us to continue to move with addressing taxpayer needs and allowing work to be done. So there it is. That is the motion that I guess I'll just bring back in November. Unless you change your mind, and you want to vote on it now because you see how benign the motion is. Ms. Towers,
I'm comfortable either way, but you know, if people want to wait, we can wait until November. It
Yeah,
sounds
I
like it's not
appreciate that.
going to throw things off track.
It sounds like we don't have consensus. It sounds like Member Gaines wants to wait, Ms. Towers wants to wait, and Mr. Schaefer wants to wait. So I'm fine with that. Ms. Fleming, if you're okay, we'll just wait.
As the board pleases. So just to restate, in support of what I think you would like to achieve is at this point, and I'm going to use the word motion in this case, the motion is that the board members take a look at the material.
Yes.
That's been attached to the PAN, which is the draft charter for your consideration. Using a process similar to our governance policy, members, if you would please take a look at that material and be prepared to have this re-agendized at the November meeting for discussion and possible action.
Right. And to summarize that, the motion is you review and we come back on Monday in November. That's the motion.
That's the motion. So I was hoping to state that motion for you, and I'm doing this for in support of you, my bosses, but also for my staff.
That's why we're a good team.
They captured this motion, that the motion would be to restate that the board consider this information. I'm just giving you language. I'm not a member, so I'm just, so the language that you would review the material as the draft charter attached to today's PAN. Please review the information and be prepared for discussion and possible adoption at the November meeting. At that time, members, the item would be taken up under the L agenda item, the L category. My job.
We gotta keep moving. We gotta keep moving.
So if the board accepts that language as proposed language for the motion, I would ask for you to, on behalf of Ms. Cohen, to, ma'am, if I may, that the board adopt that motion and move for that motion.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, Member Cohen. Basically, you're giving us homework, and I'm okay with homework.
I'm trying to find a polite way of saying it on her behalf.
But it's in line with what you said and what Mr. Gaines said. You said you wanted more time to review.
Sure. So,
okay.
So who's making the motion?
I so moved what Ms. Fleming said.
I was just offering up suggested language for the motion, sir, for the sake of staff.
I move that the board review the draft charter and be prepared to discuss the charter, make changes if necessary at the November meeting, and then adopt if we have agreement.
I will second that motion. Thank you.
Chairman
No,
Vasquez.
Henry. I hate it when you pop up on the screen, Henry. Henry.
What do we have from our legal team here?
Just a friendly suggestion. If you want to add to the motion, you can send the comments to board proceeding staff to, for lack of a better term, coordinate the proposed changes, and they can work with Member Cohen's office. That may get you further along on the path, but it's up to you, the members.
Okay,
it was just a friendly suggestion.
Thank you for the friendly suggestion. This is just to nail down the motion right now, that they will review the material and come back at the November meeting. So we're not making any other, if the motion was just moved and seconded and once you vote on it, if that's the motion, let's hold the scope to the motion at this point, if you will, please.
Not a problem, just making a suggestion.
Thank you, Chief Counsel.
So we have a motion, it's been moved and second. Any comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, do we have to ask for public comment before we vote on this?
Yes, we do.
Let's do that first then.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And once again, if you would like to ask a question, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the roll on the motion.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, we will move forward. Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item.
The next item is K3A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, a report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Vasquez, honorable members of the board. My name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, and I will provide a brief report on our operational updates for the department, and then I will turn it over to the chief of each of our respective divisions there, Ms. Patty Lumsden and Mr. Jack McCool, to give you a little bit more detail. So as a whole, the property tax department is actually doing quite well this month. We have begun our internal processes of reviewing all our internal work processes. So that is a long-term project. We have started on it, and we've actually taken a look at a couple of them already. So things are looking good there. For CAPD, much work is attached to implementation of Prop 19. So there is still a lot of inquiries coming in, and we're also preparing some guidance on that. For SAPD, much work continues on our assessment appeals. So we're about halfway through our season. We still have appeals coming before you in November and in December. And work is also continuing on the audits of some of our state assessees. So with that, I would like to turn it over first to Ms. Lumsden for a little bit more detail on the county assessed properties division side. So Ms. Lumsden, if you're available.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Young. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable board members. This is Patty Lumsden. I'm Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I'm going to be giving you 3 brief reports on the following 3 BOE programs: letters to assessors, appraisal training and certification, and assessment practices surveys. These brief reports are for your information only and do not require a specific action to be taken. First, I will start with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda this month is a memo on letters to assessors. This memo provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting and provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. So far to date for calendar year 2021, BOE staff have issued a total of 46 LTAs, and 6 of those LTAs have been issued since our last board meeting. Those 6 LTAs consist of one which provides the annual per acre value of California irrigated cropland for lien date 2022 to be used by assessors when valuing enforceably restricted land subject to an urban agricultural incentive zone contract, as provided under Revenue and Taxation Code section 422.7. The next LTA provides the annual interest component of the capitalization rate for lien date 2022 to be used by assessors when valuing qualified historical property that is under contract to restrict the property's use in order to promote its continued preservation as provided under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 439.2. Next, an LTA which provides the annual interest component of the capitalization rate for lien date 2022 to be used by assessors when valuing enforceably restricted open space lands as provided under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 423. We also have issued an LTA announcing the State Board of Equalization and the 58 County Assessors meeting, which we had yesterday. And then also 2 more LTAs which issued assessment practices surveys for both Calaveras County and for Nevada County. And that concludes my report on letters to assessors, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have before moving on to the next report. Seeing no questions, I will go ahead and start my next report, which is on BOE's appraisal, training, and certification. Since our last meeting, we have taught 3 more virtual classes of our most popular classes requested. To date, during calendar year 2021, we have taught a total of 13 virtual classes and trained a total of 424 students. BOE staff continues to make improvements to our virtual training courses by staying on top of the latest technology and tools available to us through Microsoft Office Teams, reviewing and adjusting the course material as needed, and collecting and listening to feedback from students as well as from county assessors and their staff in order to make this training experience productive and beneficial for both the instructors and the students who attend our classes. In addition, BOE staff partnered with staff from the San Luis Obispo County Assessor's Office to present a virtual CASA webinar on Proposition 19, base year value transfers. CASA, which is the California Assessors Administrative Services Association, is an affiliate with the California Assessors Association. More than 1,000 people were in attendance, which consisted of BOE staff and assessors and their staff. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer questions you may have. I see Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yesterday we had our breakout session, and David Stottlemyre was talking a little bit about difficulty of getting to live seminars, in-person seminars. He was actually very complimentary of the outreach that we're doing with the online, but he said that there are instances where it's nice to be in a room and meet with folks, and you can ask follow-up questions more easily and things of that nature. And I'm just wondering, can we try to address that issue so that he's down in Inyo, right? So that's a lightly populated area, and I don't know kind of where the natural location would be to have a class, but something that might be a little closer to him that could be in person would be helpful. I just want to pass that on to you because it came up in our breakout session yesterday.
Certainly, Mr. Gaines, I appreciate those comments, and we are definitely aware of the need for in-person training. We're not planning on doing away with our in-person training. We have simply, due to COVID and not being able to go out and teach classes at this time, we have put together this virtual training program so that we can continue to teach the assessors and their staff during this time. So the virtual training was really just put into place as a way to continue on our education requirements for staff. And so it's still a work in progress, of course, and we know that there's improvements that need to be made, and we're working all the time to do that. But we do understand the need for that in-person communication because it does, some people learn differently is one reason. The other reason is some classes are more difficult and require more mathematical calculations, which don't always seem to connect as well through a virtual training experience is the words I was looking for. So yeah, we are very much aware of that. We're hoping in the future, once we can go back to more doing in-person training. At this time, under our state guidelines, we are not able to send our staff out to do in-person training, as well as perhaps some of the counties maybe aren't able to accept us to come and do their training either. So we are working on that for going forward. We will probably be doing something like a hybrid where we will have some in-person training and we will do some virtual training, because we do find it beneficial to do the virtual training, but we're finding that it maybe is oriented towards maybe some of the classes, such as our course 2A and course 3, that do not require as many mathematical calculations and therefore are not as difficult for a virtual training experience. But we're still working through those kinks. We have been working with the assessors and some of their staff in getting some of that feedback back on those classes and how we can better serve the students that are taking them. And so we're definitely getting that feedback and we're responding to it as well. So it's been a very good conversation back and forth between us. And I've also attended the Real Property Chiefs Conference and discussed that very issue of our training and how well the virtual training is going. And so we definitely are in works and communication with them on that.
That's good. Now, I don't want to dissuade our move forward on virtual classes, because I think even the more complicated ones, maybe that's the only option for some of our county assessor staffing. And but I would like you, if you could you call Assessor David Stottlemyre and just maybe give him an update in terms of expectation of when the next class would be, the next in-person class, just so we're kind of touching base and communicating?
Oh, certainly. I can definitely reach out to Mr. Stottlemyre.
That'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Schaefer.
You're muted.
There we are. I agree with Member Gaines and the importance of not losing sight of real speakers. I think the virtual program is all we have for some people, but as I've gone through college and law school, I've had some favorite professors, and that's only because of their demeanor. When they say something funny, we laugh. I think these are very important, and they sometimes become entertaining as well as educational, and that's much harder to do virtually. So I'd like to speak out for a real program now and then becoming available to most anybody. And if we have to send a few people to a motel, by car someplace, I think it's a good investment to bring these people to an occasional real class, as well as the very fine work you're doing on virtual. Thank you.
I appreciate those comments, and I completely agree with you. Thank you. Ms. Cohen?
Thank you. I actually wanted to echo a little bit of what I heard Senator Gaines saying about assessors. In the breakout meeting yesterday that I had with my assessors, I had a handful of them. I had about 12 of them. One of the things that I definitely heard from my smaller, more rural counties is that their appreciation for the online training, and how it's a huge success, and it is a huge lift that they don't have to spend. And I'm particularly talking about like Humboldt County, right? Hours away from San Francisco, from the Bay Area, several hours even from Sacramento, that they don't have to spend time getting in the car, driving, hotel, lodging, paying for meals, and that they were able to get on. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she said there was almost 1,000 people on the training that was conducted. So consistently what I heard was kudos to the BOE staff. And Patricia, in particular, I think this has to do with your department and the work that you're doing in terms of providing those services. So keep up the good work. I just wanted to pass the compliment on to you.
Thank you for those comments and the compliment. I really appreciate it. And it's definitely my staff that has done the hard work in getting these classes out and adapting to this virtual training. It definitely has been a big lift for them, and they've done a really great job. So I appreciate those comments.
Great.
If there are no further comments, I'll move on to my last report, which is on the assessment practices surveys. So far to date, for calendar year 2021, we have completed and issued assessment practices survey reports for 7 counties. Those counties are San Diego County in District 4, Alpine County in District 1, Yuba County in District 1, Orange County in District 4, Lassen County in District 1, Calaveras County in District 1, Nevada County in District 1. These survey reports were issued via letters to assessors and are posted on the BOE's website. In addition, we are actively working on completing surveys and/or samples for 11 other counties, 6 in District 1, 4 in District 2, and 1 in District 3. These surveys and samples are in various stages of completion. Once the survey and samples are completed and the reports are ready to be issued prior to issuance via letters to assessors and posting to the BOE's website, a copy of the report is provided to each of the board members and their office for preview. Staff continues to conduct surveys and samples remotely by developing and continuously improving their procedures and processes to safely and securely obtain electronic data and conduct interviews with county assessors and their staff. In addition, we have begun reviewing our assessment practices survey program for overall process improvement by looking for inefficiencies and ways to improve the program. This concludes my report on assessment practices surveys, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
But I didn't realize it was going to be so giant.
Member Gaines?
Yeah, thank you for the update on the surveys. And, I'm just curious, as a board, as members of the BOE, are we proactive enough when it comes to these surveys and having a handle in terms of what's going on in the county assessor's offices? I know that, I'm sympathetic to the needs of our county assessors because I think they've got some real labor issues, especially in some of these more rural counties. But they also have backlog issues, and that seems to me to really exacerbate issues with our constituents if they can't get, if they're getting a supplement several years later on a property that they purchased. That can really compound into a big problem and could even be a multi-year supplement. And so I'm just trying to get a handle on what is our role as the board when it comes to these surveys. We have the constitutional authority to do them, but is there anything more that we should be doing, or is it just we do the survey, it becomes public information, and that's it?
So our assessment practices survey reports and our surveys, they are compliance audits for a particular county during a particular time frame. So that's one thing I'd like to make clear. And so the comments that you brought up about, the assessor's backlog, I know right now, that is something that we do report on it when we find it. But right now, several of the counties, multiple counties, I should say, have a backlog due to some of the COVID issues that we've had in the past year. So that's a little bit different than what our compliance audit would be reviewing. Those are some of, their internal things that they have had little to no control over, just like everyone else, I believe, during this COVID pandemic. So I think those are some issues that, definitely are something to think about, whether or not they would be vetted through our assessment practices survey, report and process. But that's not to say that's not a good point for you to have made, and we can maybe discuss that or come back to you at another time with that information.
I know that, in our review of the agenda earlier in the week, we had discussed this, and I think you had indicated, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my recollection was that this is public. The information is public, and that people watch it, and so seemed to be an awareness in general of these surveys. And if you want to get information, it's publicly available. So that made me feel a little better. But I'm just curious as to, is this always the way we've done it? And if so, is that the right way to do it as we move forward?
Yeah, so certainly our survey reports are definitely public. They're issued through letters to assessors, which of course are on our website. So it's available to anyone in the public to review. again, I think the particular thing that you're referring to is the current backlog that the county assessors are facing regarding, like I said, some of the shutdown of the state during COVID. And so we're finding more and more of them that are having the same problem. But as far as the information.
Let me clarify that, because I'm really not concerned as much about that, because I think that is understandable, and you know, agencies and businesses across the board are struggling as a result of COVID. But I'm talking about more of a systematic issue that's gone on for years and years that is not being addressed. And I don't know to what degree the BOE might be able to help out, but these often seem to be recruitment issues for job positions that maybe for whatever reason they can't get the proper funding for salaries. Because it seems to me if you could put a good salary and benefit package together, you could draw more applicants. But you know, it does weigh on taxpayers, and they're not getting treated in the way that I think, you know, in a perfect world we'd want them treated, in terms of getting these supplements, and they can add up to big numbers. And as time passes, you, as a property owner, you might forget about it, and suddenly you've got thousands of dollars due. And so I just bring it up because I'm kind of wrestling with how do you deal with it, and is there anything that we can do about it as the BOE?
So certainly outside of COVID, if there is a particular county when we're doing that survey and they do have a backlog that could potentially affect taxpayers as well as escaped assessments on the roll, we do put that into our report, and it is identified in our report. So just to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for that, Patty. I think Mr. Young wanted to comment.
Thank you. I wanted to just support Ms. Lumsden. She is correct. Our survey is in essence a compliance audit. We do it is public. We do publish it, and we do send it to quite a few stakeholders, not the least of which is the local board of supervisors. So it is widely distributed, and it is looked at by many folks. I understand there is concern whether it's a backlog or some type of other issue. Our ability to help with any of the recruitment process, if it is indeed a salary issue, it's really hard for us to have much influence on that. That we have very little control over or oversight of individual assessors' offices' budget or their salary structure.
Sure.
So we do bring light to it, though.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it's like, well, they've got to, you know, the assessor has to convince the board of supervisors that they need more funding, I think, in many of these cases, because if you can't offer the right package, I don't know how you're going to fill those positions. And I don't know to what degree we could help them as in recruitment, or I don't know. It seems more that I think about it, it's more like a local issue, and it sounds like we're satisfying our constitutional duties or our statute-based duties.
If I may, I really appreciate the comments, and I think we're all thinking, you know, Member Gaines in the same vein to Dave and Patty's comments. In my experience working with the assessors and the surveys, they do in fact do exactly what you're saying. They take it as data. Now, of course, there's 58 county assessors, and so there may be some variance there, but they do take that information and have discussions with their local government leadership. And we've been, you know, with some of the assessors who are looking for that data specifically to write their justification for additional funding or positions. But it becomes a local government issue, and that's, you know, even though we have oversight of the assessment practices, to Dave and Patty's point, from a compliance, where we're statutorily our jobs, but we've had many times where they've reached out to us to ask for additional information or some assistance, and we have, you know, in my experience, have been making ourselves available to assist where we can, but it really is them writing their documentation. What we find at the local government level is that they are not the assessor is not the only group coming to the table to the Board of Supervisors asking for funding, right? So they sometimes are fighting with, the assessor get more funding to do the appraisals, or does it go to fire, or does it go to schools? So that is when you're getting to that level of governmental administration is a little beyond the scope of what the acceptance practice survey is designed to do.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it's like, well, if people are upset about it, they'll let their county supervisor know, right?
There you go. Yeah, exactly. So to Dave and Patty's point, we've scoped it out. Now, I does not mean to say that there's not always room for improvement in our processes. And one of the things that you've heard from the manager's reports is that our next phase is to look at processes and process improvements in terms of how we procedurally handle them. So if there's anything that, as we examine our own work, that there's room for improvement, efficiencies, et cetera, we absolutely will look at that. But changing the intent of that function, we're compliant.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the question. Good discussion. Thank you, sir.
I see that Mr. Jornenberg has his hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Gaines, this issue has been talked for probably 40 years, and the legislature has cut back and sequenced these issues. And yet, when you talk with the other assessors, and I've had the advantage of doing that, the small counties, they really want this. This is the only people that really come in and take a look at their business and can give them really good help. And that helps them improve. That brings them good ideas from the auditors that come in, also make suggestions they picked up from other best practices from other small assessors. The big guys, like myself, I'm audited probably 4 or 5 times a year by every department there is, because I'm a big department. I get a lot of audits, so this is just one of many for me. But the small counties and your district, if you go to your county assessors, they're going to say, Mr. Gaines, we really appreciate this work.
Yes.
It helps us.
Yeah, they've told me that in the past, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, if I see no other further comments, I will return this back to Mr. Young. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lumsden, for a very thorough report, and thank you to you and your staff for all your hard work. So with that, Mr. McCool, if you are available, can you report on the State Assessed Properties Division's operational updates?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Last week, SAPD staff mailed private railroad car tax bills to 212 private railroad car assessees. These bills reflect the private railroad car roll that the board adopted in July. The tax is due on December 10th, and the revenue collected from the tax goes to the state's general fund. Staff are continuing to work on property tax audits as well. Some audits are nearing completion or are scheduled to be submitted to senior staff for review soon. However, due to our petition workload, the availability of senior staff to review audits will be limited until we are closer to the completion of the appeal season. Other audits remain in progress, and staff are working closely with assessees to coordinate the sharing of information in the telework environment for all sides. Finally, staff continue to work diligently on state assessed appeals. Yesterday, the board took action on 12 petitions, including 7 penalty abatement requests. Staff continue to work with assessee representatives in an attempt to resolve remaining issues. We had appeals conferences scheduled with several assessees this month, and more are scheduled for next month. We will have more petitions for the board's consideration at the November board meeting. That concludes my summary report of ongoing work in the State Assessed Properties Division. Thank you.
Okay. This concludes the portion of our operational updates. 3A, I turn it back to you, Ms. Oops.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions of Mr. McCool's presentation? Comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any written public comments on this item.
Can we check with AT&T?
Yes. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And once again, if you would like to ask a question, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next item.
Our next item is K3B, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Project. Report on the status of the Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Project. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young and Ms. Keach.
Yes. Good morning again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. On this report, I will have Ms. Lauren Keach, the manager of the welfare exemption section, report to you. So, Ms. Keach, if you're available.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Young. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Lauren Keach, and as Mr. Young said, I'm the manager of the welfare exemption section of the Property Tax Department. Today, I'm going to give you an update on the Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Plan. The welfare exemption is unique in that it is co-administered by the county assessors and the BOE. The BOE determines whether the organization itself is organized and operated for a qualifying purpose, while the county assessor determines whether an organization's property qualifies for the exemption based on the property's use. The BOE issues either an organizational clearance certificate or a supplemental clearance certificate to organizations that meet the qualifications as specified in Revenue and Taxation Code Section 214. As a way to improve our process, the BOE's welfare exemption section is working on a plan to streamline the process for granting a supplemental clearance certificate to qualifying entities seeking to exempt low-income housing from property taxation. Since the last board meeting, staff continues detailed work of reviewing each step and requirement in the welfare exemption process of granting a supplemental clearance certificate. Our first step is an examination of the application process itself. In further detail, staff has analyzed and revised the checklist and claim form, which has been submitted for internal review. In these revisions, the checklist and claim form have been updated to enhance their user friendliness of the form and make it less cumbersome for claimants to navigate. Our goal is to provide a more clear and concise application process for the claimants. Once this step is complete, we will continue to our review of the internal claims and approval process and investigate areas for improvement and opportunities to increase efficiency. We have attached a project plan to today's public agenda notice with our goal that illustrates our steps and the phases of the project with an anticipated timeline. We are currently in phase 1 of the application process, which is the review phase. And I'm glad to report that staff remain dedicated to this project to revitalize and modernize our program to better serve our taxpayers. We will continue to provide updates and information regarding workflow improvements to allow for visibility into the process and ensure the board is informed. Members, this concludes my presentation and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Real quick, Ms. Keach, is it Ms. Keach? Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yes, that's correct.
Is this your first time presenting to us?
I presented last week, but it was on the phone, so this is my first time on camera in person, or virtually in person.
Welcome, yes. And I will initiate you with my first question.
Okay.
You mentioned on I know you've done a real good job, staff as a whole, just on simplifying the forms. And I was just wondering, how are we doing, or do we feel pretty good about the process in terms of the measures in terms of educating folks on these new forms and documents as we need that, as they need to submit these? Are they pretty, I guess, user-friendly?
Well, that's what we are trying to improve. And as I mentioned, we do have a checklist that coincides with the form. So we took a look at our checklist to make sure it's clearly presenting the information that we are requesting, as well as looking at what is the information we are requesting and is it necessary and how can we just improve that to streamline it for applicants and make that more simple on their end.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Let me see if there's any other comments or questions from any of the other members. I see Member Cohen.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thanks for acknowledging me. I was just wondering, the welfare exemption process improvement project. I mean, what? How quickly will we be able to implement some of these, changes, fine tuning this process?
Well, as I mentioned, we have the project plan that we attached to the public agendas notice for today, which just kind of help lay it out how we plan to go through each step. And each step has a phase. So I think we're looking at maybe a quarter or so for each process. So we're hoping, to complete the application process. I think we have March 2022 would be the completion for that part of our process. And then that also will overlap with beginning our claims process. So we kind of have a timeline laid out and when we anticipate getting through each part of the process.
And do you have a backlog of cases or files that you're working through?
I would say we have a moderate backlog. We are working diligently to process these claims, as well as including more staff as we fill our vacancies to get through more claims. So, but we are trying to find ways to speed up the process on our end so we don't either increase or, further maintain a backlog.
And how many staff members do you have? And how many vacancies do you have?
Oh, let's see. We've just filled a few vacancies. So at this time for the exemptions unit, and Patty Lemson can correct me if I'm wrong. So we have, I'm just going to count in my head because we just added 2 new staff members. I believe we have a team of 6 now, and we have 4 vacancies remaining.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sounds good. And where did you do your recruiting for those vacancies? Curious.
We do them through CalHR, through our BOE.
Okay. So the state. Got it.
We have used LinkedIn as well for some of the more entry-level positions, just to expand our pool of candidates.
Okay. Thank you. I have another question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand from Ms. Stowers, and I think that's it right now. Go ahead, Ms. Stowers.
Thank you. This is a basic question, but what's the difference between the application process and the claims process?
So the application process would be for the claimant, either going to our website, doing research, filling out how to fill out the form, what documents they need to provide. So to simplify the process on their end. And then the claims process would be when we receive that claims packet. How can we improve that process on our end and speed up the processing?
Got you. That makes sense now, because I was thinking that you had an application and you had a claims, but it's not. It's still the same documents, but how to make it user-friendly for the claimant, and then how to improve your internal process. That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks for your question.
Thank you. I see one more hand here from Member Gaines, unless that's an old hand.
No, it's a new one. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Keach. Appreciate the presentation. It's refreshing to hear that we're taking a look at processes, trying to streamline those. So that's very encouraging, and just keep up the good work. And I know that Lisa Renati is working hard to help fill vacancies too within the BOE. So I'm hoping that you'll get some additional support soon so you can move forward. But I really am encouraged when I hear about how we can do processes better within the BOE and streamline that and make it user-friendly for an applicant that's going through the process. So thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
And I see one last hand here from our president, Dronenberg.
Yes, I just wanted to compliment the board for seeing this as an area that needed work, because historically this has been a long time processing these applications, and it really slows taxpayers up. And we really put a lot of emphasis on my office to, as soon as we get the approval, to get back to the taxpayer and help them get through the process. But it sounds like a lot of good work, and the board should be take credit for this, recognizing a slow and trying to correct that. It's good.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. And I just have one last question for you. And I'm not sure if it's something that you have the answer for. It might be another staffer, but let me just ask, on the welfare exemption, do we have like an inventory? When I was meeting yesterday with my assessor, Jeff, here in LA County, he mentioned that they have somebody in LA County that has a list of all of the public-owned properties in the county of Los Angeles. And I'm wondering, do we have like an inventory list of all the public-owned land in the state of California? Thinking like, federal, state, cities, school district, college districts.
I don't have that information. Maybe Patty or Dave can direct you on that, but.
Of course, I'd be more than happy to address that. So the short answer is we do not. We do not have a comprehensive list of all publicly owned land. As you've already mentioned, there are many entities that own land. They are either city, county, state, and federal. So they're probably in multiple databases.
Interesting. And it sounds like our President Dronenberg might have an answer for me.
Well, as a gross kind of answer, 85% of the state is not owned by the people of the state. It's owned by one entity or government entity, the federal, the state, or the local. 85% of the state is owned by those three entities.
Thank you. And sorry for drilling you so hard on your first day, Ms. Leach, but you did excellent. And
it's okay. I'm hoping
your executive director is taking notes. Yeah, you did a fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words and your support of our new staff. Ms. Keach has been with us for a little while, new into this role, but has been with us actually for a little while. It's doing really good work. It is nice to see the new faces as we engage in our workforce development and our succession plan to make sure that we have continuity of good services over the next couple of generations. So Ms. Keach, thank you, and thank you to your staff.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Taylor, do we have any written comments on this item?
We do not have any written comments.
Can we check with AT&T real quick?
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a comment, please press 1, then 0. Press 1, then 0 at this time to make your comment. And it appears that no one has signaled that they wish to speak.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next item.
The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearings, Proposition 19 Implementation. Items that appear under these matters provide information to the members and may require board action or direction. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. The matter will be presented by Chairman Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, I see a hand from Member Cohen. Yes, go ahead, Member Cohen.
Thank you. I was wondering if we could take a break before we get into, the hearing and so forth, the rest of the agenda. Is that something we could do?
Sure. What's appropriate? I'll leave that. How much time do you think we need?
Well, I was thinking generally we take a 45-minute break. If I'm not sure, Executive Director, please remind me. Is it an hour? I don't recall.
I'd like to take as short as we can, but I want to be respectful of the members. What's
Are we
staff?
talking, the chair,
What is
are
the
we
staff
talking
asking?
lunch break, not just,
Yes.
yes.
Miss Evans, I'm
Brenda,
happy with 30 minutes.
So was just deferring to give the members an opportunity to comment. So we could do a 30-minute break. That would give an opportunity for a quick nibble. Staff, I'm sure, would appreciate having a quick break. We would then resume with the AAB discussion following that item. So you do know that we've got guests on with us. And so hopefully this is being sensitive to their schedules also, but a 30-minute break would be appreciated.
So it sounds like a 30-minute would be ample time for us and hopefully not inconvenience our speakers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we do that? It's I have like 12:10, so I guess 12:40 we'll reconvene.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, members.
Thank you all for your patience. We'll see you back at 12:40. 30 minutes.
Chairman Vasquez, yes, I am here.
Great. If you would please call our next item.
The next item is M2, Public Policy Hearings. Update. Impact of public calamities on property tax administration, county boards of equalization, assessment appeals boards, remote hearings. A continuation of discussion and possible action regarding procedural and due process issues in remote hearings to ensure continuity of business in the pandemic and other calamities, protect the rights of all parties, provide guidance, and seek additional authorities or actions if required. Following the testimony of the listed speakers, other individuals and members of the public will be invited to participate. This matter will be presented by Chairman Vasquez and Member Cohen.
Thank you. Members, we are fortunate to have a statewide continuity of AAB Operationals Workshop Work Group back to share their expertise and continue their input on clarifications needed in the LTA number 2021-02. 4 key remote hearing issues were identified last month. Member Cohen and I sent you a memo yesterday listing them as number 1, the rights of AAB hearing participants, including due process. Number 2, document submission. Number 3, scheduling efficiencies and notices. Number 4, information request. Our intent is to provide the time today for work group participants to recommend proposals that help resolve these issues. There is substantial agreement on 2 issues, scheduling efficiencies and notices and information requests, but general disagreement on document submission and the rights of hearing participants. We encourage you to seek a consensus whenever possible. All guidance should ensure fair, timely, and equitable hearings, whether in person or remote. Thank you for accommodating our schedule and for your excellent written material and submission in preparation for this hearing. Ms. Taylor, if you would please announce each sub-item and we'll announce each speaker who will address it. In your presentation, please identify the specific issue you will talk about so that the record is clear, and I will call on board members for their comments and questions first, and then we'll ask the work group members for their questions or comments. And before we get going, let me just ask Member Cohen, first of all, thank you for your leadership in initiating and reopening this hearing. And if you're available, let me have you give us some introductory remarks here.
Fantastic. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I just want to make a couple introductory remarks, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So we began this discussion about remote assessment board meetings way back in April of 2020. And during the following meetings, we engaged in a very extensive listening process to gain input from clerks of the AABs, assessors, taxpayer representatives, stakeholders, the public. We issued our latest guidance in January of 2021 through the letter to the assessors number 002. And then 6 months later, we began a mid-course review of remote AAB hearings. We requested, you may recall, that we requested and received the result of surveys of AAB clerks. And what we did was we subsequently then scheduled our first reopening of the public policy hearings on remote access appeal boards at our last board meeting in September. Now here we are today. We have, back in September, we received extensive public comment from stakeholders. And at that meeting, there was a request for communications to be sent to the board for our consideration. And this is regarding suggested amendments to the guidance that has been given to the board on remote hearings. Since then, we have received a number of communications regarding regarding the subject matter, and the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, as well as California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, they've offered their views and suggested paths forward. And now what's interesting is that now that we are beginning to walk down this path a little bit further, we're beginning to listen to testimony and weighing the public comment. I just want to take a pause here and just remind everyone about the reasons why this process occurred, what brought us to this point, to where we are today. Because in March of 2020, we faced the public health emergency. The governor had written an emergency stay-at-home order. At that time, to date, almost 750,000 Americans had perished as a result of COVID-19. Here in the state of California, we were looking at 71,000 Californians had died. The pandemic was real then, and it's still real today. It continues. So faced with this pandemic, we wanted to provide guidance to local assessment appeals board that accomplished two primary goals. The first one is the protection of the health of its participants in an AAB hearing, right? The preservation of due process rights for all participants, regardless of in-person or remote hearing format. That is the second critical piece of this. So to put all of this in context, on September 16th, a little over a month ago, the legislature recently enacted AB 361. And AB 361 allows until January 1st of 2024 local agencies to use teleconferencing without complying with specified Brown Act restrictions in certain state emergencies. Okay, that sounds interesting. AB 361 also provides similar authorizations until December 31st of 2022 for state agencies subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and legislative bodies subject to the Gloria Romero Open Meeting Act of 2000. Now, the bottom line is that this pandemic is not over. And the legislature has overwhelmingly expressed its views that for teleconferencing, it's an appropriate tool for local public agencies, at least until January of 2024. And the same support of teleconferencing as an appropriate tool has been provided to state agencies until December 31st of 2022. Now, whatever pathway emerges from this discussion today, I think what we need to do is keep in mind the reality that the issue of remote AAB meetings does not occur in isolation, and it does not occur and occurs throughout local and state government. So what does all this mean? It is with this context in mind that I look forward to the presentations today. I can't wait to hear what the experts are going to say. I'll have questions, and I'm sure what we will do in the end is determine a path forward for next steps. But I assure you that I'm committed to being mindful and cautious that whatever we do, that we are working in the interest of public health as well as in due process. So with that, Mr. Chair, I turn it back over to you, and appreciate the opportunity to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you for your opening remarks. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the sub-item A.
Our first sub-item is A, report on communications received regarding remote AAB hearings. Our speaker will be Brenda Fleming, Executive Director, California State Board of Equalization.
Thank you, members. I just want to acknowledge, as was indicated, that we have received communications for today's discussion from the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. There were 2 submissions and also material from the clerks, the CACO representatives. Those items have been submitted and are attached for today's discussion. Chairman Vasquez, let me know if anything else is needed. I'm just acknowledging receipt of the material.
Thank you. With that, members, do we have any comments or questions before we move forward? Seeing and hearing none. Do any of the work group members have any questions or comments for Ms. Fleming? Hearing and seeing, I can't see on my screen, I'm not seeing any hands. So Ms. Taylor, can we check to see if there's any public, do we have any written comment? I think we do have some written comments on this, no?
We do not have any written comments. All materials received were attached to the PAN.
Oh, there are posted, okay. Can we check with AT&T if anybody's on the public line who wish to speak on this?
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter? AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who'd like to make a public comment on this matter?
Ms. Taylor, I'm not hearing AT&T. Okay. Are you hearing them?
We are not, but I have confirmation that there is no comment. Okay. No one lined up for comment, so we can move forward.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call sub-item B.
Sub-item B is follow-up report on surveys of responses received from the AABs regarding remote AAB hearings and request to clarify LTA number 2021-002. The speaker today will be John McKibben, Committee Chair, California Association of Clerks and Election Officials.
Mr. McKibben, are you available? Oh, I see you on the screen.
I am available, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Appreciate, again, this opportunity. My name is John McKibben. I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, not an individual county. Just before I get started, I do want to thank Ms. Cohen, Member Cohen, for her remarks. We clerks share her concern, and I think everyone's concerned about the public health issues that we're facing today and about due process. As you'll recall, at the board's September 22nd hearing, I reported CACEO's survey of clerks of the board with regard to their experiences over time with remote hearings during the pandemic. I really don't have anything to add to that information that was presented at that hearing, but I do want to again state that based on clerks' varied experience, and they were varied experiences, we're able to draw several conclusions. One, although more difficult than in-person hearings, remote hearings provided counties with a useful tool that enabled county boards to continue to work through a portion, at least, of its pending caseload while promoting the health of the participants. Some 12 of the 31 surveyed counties plan to continue to offer remote hearings in conjunction with in-person hearings as well. And third, if done right, remote hearings do provide both parties with due process as required by Revenue and Taxation Code 616. However, based on the clerk's own experience, the survey showed that additional guidance beyond that provided in LTA 21002 is needed. While we appreciated your board's guidance on remote hearings, we must point out that the LTA has exacerbated an existing problem of long-standing that clerks have talked about before. The experience that we have year in and year out, it's the problem of vacated hearing dates, triggered by last-minute requests, usually by taxpayers, but on occasion by assessors, that blow out the scheduled calendar for the day. And that we can't backfill because we have to meet the timely notice requirements, which are fully reasonable in existing law and in the property tax rules. We can't just pick up the phone and tell the parties to show up within a day or two for that hearing. Consequently, we submitted proposed language for a revised LTA in our September 2nd letter to your board, largely with the aim of solving that problem. And CADA responded to that proposal and proposed other changes to the LTA, but also to our language, some of which we accepted, as we noted on record in our October 8th letter, but some that we had to reject in favor of a different, excuse me, but some we had to reject since their language continued to provide that a taxpayer could reject the offered hearing in favor of a different format and would receive a postponement as a matter of due process. Yet under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 616, both in-person hearings and remote hearings are required to provide the taxpayer and the assessor with a fair hearing and due process. Under the Constitution and statutes, the county assessment appeals process is a program of the County Board of Supervisors, the governing body of the county. In our view, the LTA cannot override the Board of Supervisors' authority to decide what hearing formats, in-person or remote, or both, will be used to provide a hearing in which the parties shall receive due process. The state board neither can or should attempt to do anything to do so by any other form of action, whether an LTA or a rule. Further, a county board, whether the Board of Supervisors sitting as the County Board of Equalization or an assessment appeals board created by the Board of Supervisors, simply must be able to control its own calendar, just as the courts do. This has been the case historically prior to COVID-19. COVID forced counties and their AABs and boards of equalization to consider or to implement a different sort of hearing format, the remote hearing format. This change of format does not fundamentally change the rule and necessity of Board of Supervisors controlling it over its property tax appeals calendar, notwithstanding CADA's attempts to do so through a different revised LTA. Clerks are in no position to negotiate away the powers, function, and duties of the Board of Supervisors, and we respect and we suspect, sorry, and with respect, excuse me, we seriously question whether the BOE has that right either. This issue goes well beyond the scope of simply making or providing guidance to assessment appeals about their practices. Also, although our CADA friends strongly advocate for only one of the two parties to these proceedings, clerks and county boards, being the neutrals in this process, must also treat the assessor fairly. We have to treat both parties fairly. Under CADA's counterproposal to our earlier proposals, one wonders what then would be done if a taxpayer demanded an in-person hearing and the assessor demanded a remote hearing. Which of the two equal parties would prevail in a decision as to the hearing format? Would the LTA be fair in awarding that power to one party over another? In this case, the taxpayer over the assessor. It wouldn't be fair if the LTA said the opposite. But ultimately, that decision has to rest with the clerk based on circumstances that exist at the time in that particular jurisdiction and under Board of Supervisors guidance. However, our proposed LTA would also very clearly state that Assessment Appeals Board and by extension clerks are encouraged to grant participants the type of hearing as requested, as long as such a request is reasonably feasible as well as available in the jurisdiction. Clerks are already doing this. The clerks that I've heard from and talked to in the course of this project have all said that they make every reasonable effort to try to accommodate a taxpayer's request for a certain format. And that's going to continue in any county that offers both formats. As to the portion of our proposal that the LTA reiterate how important it is that both parties timely submit documents by the county's deadline for this purpose, the clerk simply must have sufficient time to process, copy, and prepare for distribution each document at the hearing. Failure of a party, either party, assessor or taxpayer, to comply causes unnecessary delays and continuances that further exacerbate backlogs and unresolved appeals. We did accept some of Kata's suggestions in this area, but we must have an LTA that strengthens the county board's ability to ensure compliance with crucial deadlines as needed by that jurisdiction. County boards do not seek a one-size-fits-all compliance tool, nor even a requirement that all county boards enact such a local rule of any sort. We merely seek state board recognition of the county board's constitutional right to do so. Thank you again for allowing me to speak to you today. I'll defer to Mr. Thomas Parker to talk about the legal underpinnings of our proposed LTA and to the other clerks on today's agenda who may have some comments to add about their experiences with remote hearings, their concerns about these problems, and how they might best be resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments or questions of Mr. McKibben? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you once again. And do any of the work group members have questions or comments for Mr. McKibben? Hearing and seeing none. Thank you once again. Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comments on this item?
Chairman Vasquez,
Yes.
we do not have any written public comments, and we are still having difficulty reaching the AT&T moderator to resolve our issue. So I believe we could continue and then perhaps go back when the issue with the public comment line is resolved.
Okay, well, why don't we, let's move forward then. And if you would please call the sub-item C then.
Thank you. Our next item, sub-item C, follow-up evaluation of remote AAB hearings, taxpayer representative perspectives and clarification of LTA number 2021-002. Our speaker is Brianne Rabowski, Chair, Ad Hoc Committee on Remote Hearings, California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, and partner Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman.
Thank you. Ms. Rabowski, are you available to speak?
Ms. Rabowski, if you can turn on your camera. Chairman Vasquez, I can see that she has her hand raised.
Yes, she was muted. She's unmuted. Let me see if she's able to speak.
Yeah.
I see her on the screen, but I can't hear her. Ms. Rabowski, can you hear me?
I don't see her on the screen.
Chairman Vasquez.
I see her image, that's it.
Yeah, this is Brenda Fleming. She may be trying, and if I could just, Ms. Rabowski, can hear my audio. Ms. Rabowski, while you're trying to log on, if you could just send us a quick note in the chat on your status. If you're able to please use your chat function. And a little more clarity about the time. Thank you, Claudia.
Ms. Taylor, I see a hand on number 16, but I don't know who that is.
Yes, I'm thinking that we need to take a recess to resolve our technical matters. Our public line is has a lot of background noise. So if we could take a quick 10-minute break to resolve our technical difficulties, I think that would be best.
Okay, because I think I got a text from her. She's trying to get in.
Yes, I think Ms. Taylor's recommendation would be helpful, sir. We apologize for the inconvenience, but if we could take about a 10-minute break, we'll circle back with you as quickly as possible to confirm the status, but let's get an opportunity to make sure the public can participate in this discussion.
All righty, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you so much. Apologize for the inconvenience.
Thank you. glitch, but that's the sign of the times here with this technology. And now I can see our next speaker, Ms. Robovsky. I could see her, and I heard her just earlier. So Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next speaker.
Certainly. Our next item is sub-item C, follow-up evaluation of remote AAB hearings, taxpayer representative perspectives and clarification of LTA number 2021-002. Our speaker today is Brianne Rabowski, Chair, Ad Hoc Committee on Remote Hearings, California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, and partner, Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. And I apologize for the technical difficulties on my end. It appeared as though we had some additional technical difficulties, which is quite ironic given our topic today on remote hearings. So thank you for your patience with me, and I'm glad we were able to resolve all of the technical issues. I want to start by thanking the board again for taking up this issue. It's an incredibly important issue to all parties involved, and it's really elicited some tough topics. We have worked hard at CATA to respond in writing and provide suggestions to the existing LTA 2021-002. I've also worked behind the scenes with Mr. Tom Parker, sort of talking about the different positions of the parties, unofficially, of course, and trying to make sure everybody understands the different perspectives. So we are working hard on this topic, and we appreciate the BOE keeping it front and center. I will try my best to keep my comments brief today, but there is a lot of ground to cover. So I ask you to bear with me. What I'd like to do is I'd like to give you sort of at a very high level what I see as sort of the three buckets, if you will. The first bucket are points where we believe, or I believe, that we've reached agreement. Points where I think we're near agreement and just have a few disputes, perhaps on language or positioning within the LTA. And then 3 points of disagreement. And these points really center around due process. From that point, and I'd like to do that at a high level, from that point, my suggestion, and I will leave it up to the board if this would be helpful, would be to walk through CATA's attachment with the cross language between the parties, with the suggested revisions to the LTA, to go paragraph by paragraph, line by line, to really help you understand this is where we agree, here's where we have wordsmithing issues. Here's a big point of disagreement, here's where we agree. I think that that'll move us efficiently towards an LTA that can be adopted and really honing in on the issues where we're gonna have trouble getting to a consensus point. So that would be my recommendation. At this point, what I'll do is I will launch into the high level outline of the 3 buckets as I've referred to them. And then I'll pause after doing so and ask the board if they want to move forward with working through the track changed versions. So in terms of the 3 buckets, I believe Ms. Fleming did mention at the beginning that we have good agreement on 2 topics. And those 2 topics are scheduling efficiencies. Scheduling efficiencies and notices, as well as the information request sections. So those are sections that are covered by CATA's attachment to its October 18th letter. First on page 6 for scheduling efficiencies, and then on page 7 for information requests. Reading CACEO's most recent letter and reviewing it with the CATA membership, those track changes that are included on pages 6 and 7 could be fully adopted and the parties would be in agreement, is my understanding. In terms of points of just minor disagreement and a little bit of wordsmithing, those points really appear in the rights to in-person hearings, and they cover many different things, but primarily, the good thing is we have reached in substance an agreement as to what should occur with the 1604C time waivers of the 2-year statute by which the board must hear cases. So if you recall, in September's meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion around, we'll call them quote unquote bad actors, those that were really seeking to game the system and try and receive a win, if you will, by using the statute of limitations and abusing their rights to choose a type of hearing. We at CADA believe that that is a problem. We agree with CACEO that needs to be addressed. And the way to do that is to require 1604C indefinite waivers anytime that you want to do a postponement associated with the type of hearing that's offered. So I think we've really, in substance there, come to an agreement. I think that it'll adequately protect the boards and the clerks and is directly responsive to what we were hearing from CACEO in the last meeting. So I'm hopeful there with a little bit of word tweaking, we can get to where we need and push that to an agreement. That then brings me to the 2 major points of disagreement. And these are the 2 points that are discussed at length in the body of CADA's letter dated October 18th. And the 2 points of disagreement here sit first in the rights of hearing participants and then in document submission rules. So as it relates to the right of hearing participants, we fundamentally disagree that in all instances, a remote hearing could afford due process. We believe that taxpayers have a right to an in-person hearing for certain types of cases. And the reason is, for many types of cases, due process can't be afforded by a remote hearing. And if you were to walk through the body of our letter, starting on page 3, extending all the way to page 7, you will find no less than 20 points specifying, providing examples as to how and why certain cases cannot be heard remotely and still afford the parties due process. And they really cluster around certain things. So the first one that is mentioned on page 3 of our letter talks about the lack of meaningful presentation and communication. So the BOE's Assessment Appeals Manual acknowledges that there must be a reasonable opportunity to be heard, which includes such basic considerations as effective communications between the parties and the board members. So the BOE's Assessment Appeal Manual recognizes that meaningful presentation and effective communication are requirements of due process. And we walk you through various points demonstrating why remote hearings could not provide due process for cases that tend to be more complex. And let me back up here just for a moment. I probably should have set the stage a little bit better in that one of the comments that CACEO made in their October 8th letter, so their most recent letter, was that CADA refers to sort of quote unquote complex cases and then less complex cases that have less exhibits and fewer issues of concern. And the issue that CACEO raised with that is that it lacks specificity. It's too vague as to what would fit within the parameters that CADA was previously discussing and what would fit within the parameters where due process can't be afforded through a remote hearing. So here the suggestion we've come up with as a preliminary dividing line looks back to language that already exists in the Revenue and Taxation Code. So Revenue and Taxation Code section 1637 talks about certain cases that tend to be less complex that can be heard by an assessment hearing officer. And those cases have particular parameters acknowledged by the code section. They are typically instances in which the property being considered is less than $500,000, or alternatively, that the property being considered is a single family dwelling, a condominium, a cooperative, or a multiple family dwelling with 4 units or less. So our suggestion here in terms of creating a dividing line, and it really is the preliminary dividing line, is that cases that meet these 1637 code section requirements would always be able to be heard remotely. So we think that those cases are small enough and would be straightforward enough that due process could be afforded by doing that remotely. And this is a really critical point because many of the counties that are pressing for expansive use of remote hearings, LA County being front and center in that regard, are really looking at and pointing to the county's backlog and saying, we have a massive backlog of appeals that we have to get through. We've heard from them that they have mass filers, agents that file a large number of appeals for a large number of properties, and then will no-show on them or do, other abusive things, abusing and clogging up the system. By and large, those appeals would fit these parameters. Now, it's not always the case, but by and large. So here we think by allowing those cases to be removed and saying that those cases could be heard remotely, that will address the county's issue while still affording due process to taxpayers. So sort of as a complement to that, we would certainly acknowledge that there are cases that involve properties slightly bigger than that, where perhaps the parties agree that a remote hearing could afford due process. So to the extent that parties agree, yes, we agree to a remote hearing, we think that'll work well. Certainly they could opt into remote hearings to the extent that a county offers remote hearings. And we acknowledge that not every county is going to do that. So I should have started with that. I apologize, but that's sort of an initial dividing line that we are working with. And in terms of sort of laying a little bit more ground and taking a step back on due process rights, I did hear Mr. McKibben point out that we're advocating strongly from the taxpayer's perspective about what due process requires. And I'd just like to remind the board that when we're talking about due process, we're talking about something that's really steeped in not only the California Constitution, but the federal Constitution. And without diving into it too much, and as you are all very, very aware, due process really was intended to protect citizens against the great powers of the government. And one of the main powers of the government is taxation of its citizens. And that's something that runs to the very core of American government. And so here, the due process rights we have, certainly the process has to be fair to both sides, but the core due process rights required by both the federal and state constitution really are intended to protect citizens that are subject to tax, and in worst case scenarios, their properties being taken away when those taxes can't be paid. Those folks have to be given a recourse. They are, in the vast majority of cases, the taxpayer has the burden of proof. We are the ones that have to come in and rebut the assessor's presumption of correctness. So there is a presumption in the law that says the assessor acting as a government official in that capacity is presumed by the Assessment Appeals Board to have done their work correctly. So the taxpayer is already starting from a position where they're assumed to be incorrect. We're assuming the assessor is correct. We now have the burden of proof to demonstrate otherwise. And we do that not only through the presentation of argument, but the presentation of evidence, right? So these cases that we put forth before the Assessment Appeals Board are incredibly important to the protection of our due process rights. To make that, even more punctuated, if you will, when we get to challenge an Assessment Appeals Board decision in court, and we're asking the court to review the Assessment Appeals Board's decision, that review is incredibly limited as it relates to factual issues and valuation issues. Great deference is given to the board, and no new evidence is allowed on factual issues. So Really, we are talking about a situation where the taxpayers' rights sit in the hands of the Assessment Appeals Board, sitting as the trier of fact. So I just wanted to lay a little bit more groundwork around that and demonstrate to the board that these are incredibly important things that need to be taken very seriously. So to turn back to what that means about what we're talking about here today, the main topic that we're talking about presently is that certain cases require in-person hearings. They cannot be heard remotely and still meet due process. So I had started to walk you through some of the things in our letter at a very high level that demonstrate why that due process is not sufficiently granted through remote hearings. I went through the first one, which is lack of presentation, meaningful presentation and communication. So here we have an inability to really compare exhibits and walk the board through a comparison of exhibits. The vast majority of complex cases, as I've mentioned to you before, require that not only the appeals board members, but all hearing participants be able to spread out multiple different exhibits, to write on them, to take notes, to understand how they track through each other so that they can get to the crux of the issue to be decided. Without being able to do that effectively, you cannot present your case effectively, and you cannot create an effective record that could later be adjudicated or reviewed by a superior court as needed. And this is really further exacerbated by the fact that the clerk is the one that's controlling the screen in the vast majority of counties. So imagine now we have a case where you want to present multiple exhibits, as I've described, contemporaneously, and you're limited to one document, and you've got to walk the clerk through it and show her, okay, or him, you know, please demonstrate this point, please highlight this point. It's not an effective way to communicate a case, and it doesn't put together an effective record. This again is worsened by the fact that in many counties, the folks don't have these materials in print. And in complex cases, a lot of times the exhibits are voluminous. In person, you bring your exhibits with you, you provide them to the board, you're given multiple copies to the other side so that everybody can follow along. And this is really incredibly important because it gives the board the ability to really absorb the information, and rather than being forced to review only the information that's demonstrated on the screen, one exhibit, the board is able to multitask, looking at the exhibit at full. What questions do they have? What don't they understand? How are these puzzle pieces fitting together? It's impossible to do that in a remote setting when you're talking about a complex case. You also have an inability to effectively use demonstratives or blow-ups. So in these larger cases, almost every case I do has a series of demonstratives. And sometimes they sit behind me as I'm talking to the board, and they're really highlighting big points in the case that I want the board to keep track of, or things that I really want to highlight to the board as these are things that are very, very important to our presentation. You can't do that in a remote setting in the same way. You also have the major concern of delays and objections to evidence. So again, as I've said, the ability to create and protect the record that you would ultimately be left with, that you've presented to the board, is very, very important. If there's a technical delay or a glitch or a timing, even a slight timing delay, you might have evidence presented to the board and therefore part of the record being captured by the court reporter that never should be part of the record, and you didn't have an opportunity to timely object. That's a huge concern. You have other things like the ability to gesture and communicate to the board is severely limited, and that's really difficult as well. You have a scenario where, you know, each side, typically in person, can speak privately to one another. Even the board can take a step back for a moment to consult on a decision or a ruling they're about to make on perhaps a piece of evidence or otherwise. That can't happen in a remote setting in the same way that it happens in person. You have an issue of masks. So in several different counties, I have heard from our membership that the board will sit together in the room. And because of that, because of health concerns, they have to wear masks. Well, now it's really difficult to understand who's talking, which is not only a practical problem, but a real problem in terms of what the court reporter can take down in identifying witnesses. This is further expounded or further exacerbated, I should say, in scenarios where you have all board members together and one party or the other together in the room. Being together in the room with the board when the other party is remote is a huge advantage to the party in the room and is not something that without, a waiver by both parties should ever be permitted. And it is my understanding that in certain situations, counties have allowed the assessor and the board to appear in person without the taxpayer having fair warning that that's what was going to occur. That's highly problematic. Then we move on to the next broad brushstroke issue. And this is really grounded in Rule 313E that talks about due process requiring cross-examination of all witnesses and materials proffered as evidence. So again, because we're talking about due process rights, because we're talking about a taxpayer that has the burden of proof, they have a right to confront the witnesses and the evidence, and they have a right to do that in an effective manner. You can't effectively cross-examine someone remotely. I think it's really difficult to build the same sort of momentum and cadence that's effective in person remotely. And we have had situations where, for lack of a better term, you have a witness on the hot seat and they're going through a line of questioning where they realize, oh shoot, I'm going to have to answer a really tough question and I'm in a position now that I don't like. And rather than answer that question, we have seen people feign technical issues. We've seen people do all sorts of things, say that there's internet transmission issues, their video went out, just to break that cadence, just to give them time to determine how they're going to answer the question. And the problem with that is you lose the ability to really demonstrate to the board, no, they're not having a technical issue. This is either a witness credibility issue or you've really hit them on a topic that is a cringe topic for them. It's a weakness in their case. That's incredibly important to demonstrate to the board. And it is in fact the board's duty as the trier of fact to assess the witness credibility. And you can't effectively do that when you have this sort of break in cross-examination. You have witness coaching issues. It is very common for people, or very easy at least, for people to be off screen, consulting other people by email, by chat. Somebody could be in the room that's off camera and couldn't be heard. Witness coaching is very easy to see in person. It's almost impossible to see with all certainty in remote settings. Huge issue, because now you have a record that doesn't adequately reflect what's actually happening and who's actually testifying. You also have the ability of witnesses, and thank you for bearing with me. I think these are important points. I know that's a bit long. You also have the right of any party, when a witness consults notes or aids to their testimony, it is that party's right to ask to view those notes and to have those admitted into evidence. That is standard course. But what happens when right now I'm looking at notes that aren't on the screen? I'm talking from notes that are clearly aiding what I'm talking about, but you don't see them. Hopefully it's somewhat discreet to you. So you now lose your right as a party, and this really applies to both parties, to bring that and put that forth before the board. Again, that's a witness credibility issue that is really, really important for a trier of fact to understand. We then move on to the third big topic, which is incomplete and inaccurate hearing records. Here we have Rule 312A saying that all hearings of the board shall be recorded or reported or videotaped, subject to the conditions of Civil Code, Code of Civil Procedure, Section 2025.340. So here we have an obligation for the board to accurately capture the hearing and the evidence that they are considering in making their decisions. Well, we've talked about many scenarios already, and I won't drag you through each, where it becomes impossible for a court reporter or a video recording or an audio recording to accurately reflect what is actually being heard. When there's mass, it's hard to identify or figure out who's speaking or deciphering what they're saying. Even in the case of remote, that can be true. When you have garbled language, that's problematic. Witness coaching that can't be seen on screen, can't be captured on the record, that's problematic. Multiple speakers at once comes with much more frequency in a remote hearing. That isn't captured because everybody's talking at once. Another problem there. Without the ability to have a full record, you have an inability for a superior court or court of a higher power to be able to review the record. And as I've explained, it really is their duty at the judicial level to review the record as it sits and the record that was heard by the board. When the record's incomplete, well, what happens? That ultimately has to be remanded to the Assessment Appeals Board and the hearing has to be reheard. I can't think of anything that is more wasteful of all party involves time, effort, and resources. And I can assure you through personal experience and an instance in which a case that I inherited after the fact, there was no court reporter, the audio tape for just 10 minutes was lost. That resulted in the board deciding that whole case had to be reheard. So it is a real concern and it is something that the courts will remand back to the board. I ask that, those resources not be wasted. Finally, we have the board's duty to protect trade secrets. That comes from Code Section 1605.4, as well as Rule 313G2. In these complex cases, it is very, very common for there to be highly sensitive, confidential trade secret information that must be protected from the public. And I cannot tell you how many times I have discussions with my clients reassuring them of the clerks and the board's ability to protect that information, because they truly are stuck between a rock and a hard place where this is business sensitive information that cannot be made public. It would be dire to the company. It happens in almost every case I'm involved in. And I have to tell them, look, the board has a duty to protect that information. We will close the hearing. We will seal those exhibits to the extent that they're confidential from the public. Very easy to do in person. You simply close the hearing door and you seal those exhibits. And you can say with certainty to your client that that information is not getting out. You cannot do that at a remote hearing. You cannot say with certainty who is in earshot of any participants that are on camera. Plenty of people can be off camera or inadvertently in earshot. It's highly problematic. How do you regulate that? And it's very difficult to determine who's actually on the line and whether there are a proper party involved and privy to that confidential information. Finally, we have an inability to monitor participants' behavior. So here we have Rule 302A1 talking about due process requiring taxpayers be given a meaningful hearing. Well, to me, when you talk about remote hearings, for many of the reasons we've discussed at length now, you have a general lack of transparency in the process. Again, you have people in earshot. You have just a different scenario than being in person. You can't adequately monitor, put forth a complex hearing under those situations. Finally, you have, as we're seeing today, little small screens of each person, even when you're obligated to be on camera. And here we only have 4 folks on camera right now, 5 as Mr. Gaines joins us. And so the size of each camera is fairly sizable. When you have a complex case, you have 10 people on camera all the time because they're hearing participants, they're board members. It is impossible to monitor who is doing what. And it is all too easy for your trier of fact, who is well-intentioned, to start checking emails, to start looking at other things, to answer a text, to multitask. We're all incredibly busy. That doesn't happen in person. And when it does happen, or you feel somebody starting to feel sleepy, you can call a break. That doesn't happen here. So that's just a flavor as to why in a certain subset of cases, due process cannot be afforded through a remote hearing. And I'll move on finally, and I think this one will be considerably shorter, so bear with me again here. The second major issue of concern, again, harkens back to due process concerns. And here we're talking about document submission. So what CACEO has presented at a high level is potentially acceptable, where you have an ability for the counties and the clerks to craft rules around document submission. I think personally, and I think the CADA membership would agree with me, understanding the rules of the game, incredibly important. Those should be in writing, they should be heard, should be understood by everybody, they should be conspicuously shown on the county's website so everybody is aware of the rules of the game. But the point of disagreement comes when those local rules can say whatever they want. And if those local rules are going to say that evidence can be denied, outright denied, not become part of the record, denied, because they are submitted past the arbitrary deadline set by the local counties, that isn't something we can accept. That isn't something that is standard in in-person hearings. You don't have early exchange of information. You simply bring your exhibits with you. We've all agreed through this process that remote hearings should mirror in-person hearings to the extent possible. Well, yes, we have the practical concern of there has to be some evidence that must be submitted beforehand, but we're pulling away from in-person hearings. If you layer on top of that a right to deny evidence because it wasn't submitted by a deadline specific to a county, here I think you've really got a situation where you violated due process. So it's inconsistent with in-persons. It's also inconsistent with the remedies that currently exist in the Revenue and Taxation Code. So in the Revenue and Taxation Code, code sections 408, 441, as well as 1606, where you have formal exchanges of information, provide that in those situations that a party presents evidence that was not properly exchanged under 408, 441D, or 1606, the remedy is not denial of that new evidence. It is not denial of evidence. It is a continuance for a reasonable time. And so here, what we're suggesting in CADA's response is, if we have a situation where the code says when you don't exchange information you're supposed to, it's not denied, the hearing is continued, we should do the same thing for remote hearings. And we should say evidence submitted after the deadline should warrant a reasonable continuance as opposed to actual denial. And the important thing to recognize here is, unlike exchanges of information under 408, 441D, and 1606, where you actually have a party receiving the information that's being exchanged and has an opportunity to review that, here we don't have that. Here we're talking about even one step further from that. There's no prejudice to the parties because the evidence is only being submitted to the clerk. It's not being provided beforehand to the other party. So there is no prejudice to the other party. So in many ways, what we have in the remote setting is simply an inconvenience to the clerk. And granted, yes, it's an inconvenience. It's difficult to process evidence when it comes in after a deadline. But the answer to that is a continuance, just like you would do under the code. It is an inconvenience. It happens all the time in person. Nothing different should happen in remote. Next is the idea that what has to be exchanged in advance is a gray area. So as the LTA sits, and as it should sit, rebuttal evidence, impeachment evidence, evidence that is effectively responsive to what the other party has presented does not need to be submitted in advance. The problem is, I can tell you, in every case I've been involved in, again, what constitutes rebuttal evidence is always something that the parties argue. Once you're past your case in chief and you're now rebutting the other party's side, the parties always argue before the board, this isn't rebuttal evidence. This is case in chief evidence. This should have been submitted beforehand. It can't be submitted anymore. You can only submit things that are responsive to what the other party presented. We're past that point. So here you're baiting the same sort of issue where it's unknown about what has to be submitted before. So to allow for absolute denial of evidence as opposed to a continuance because you didn't understand that the board was going to rule it wasn't properly rebuttal is not appropriate and inconsistent with the current rules. And then finally, I will say, and then I will stop talking, I promise, a reminder of all of the things that we talked about before. The reason denial of evidence is an absolute affront to due process is because of the differences in the assessment appeals setting. It's because the taxpayer has the burden of proof. It's because we're already at a disadvantage because the assessor has the presumption of proof. It's because the judicial system reviews the existing record without receiving new evidence. Great deference is given to the board's factual determinations. And finally, unlike the judicial system and standard court system, there's no pre-hearing discovery. So what each side is going to say outside of cases that involve 1606 exchanges are surprises. That makes the cases in the fabric of the assessment appeals process incredibly different than the standard civil judicial system. So I ask that the board consider these facts. It's very clear, at least I hope, that we believe these are real threats to taxpayers' due process rights that simply cannot be allowed and should not be sanctioned by the BOE. And the BOE adopting certain select revisions suggested by CACEO on rights to in-person hearings, on document submissions, would put the BOE in a position of violating taxpayers' rights or guiding the local appeals board to violate those rights. And I will pause there and I will thank the board for their time.
Thank you. God, I felt like I was back in school for a minute there. But it's good stuff, good stuff. I mean, it's a shame. It's, we had these technical difficulties that made it even longer, but I thought there was a question or a hand by Member Gaines, but I think he dropped it. Is that correct? Okay. I just had one quick question, and you kind of touched on it in your last remarks there when you were talking about the document submission. And, and I know timely submission of documents in a hearing is a problem, especially when it's late. And it's a problem for us and a bigger problem in remote hearings. While I'm not in favor of cutting off the appeal rights of late party, they should face some consequences. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are along those lines.
It's really difficult because we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place where the best things we've come up with so far are a continuance, because that's what the code talks about, right? But we also recognize that's not always satisfactory. We have to keep the hearing agendas moving, and we empathize with the clerks in that regard. But what we haven't yet heard from CACEO is what is it that they want to do? What if it isn't a continuance, and if it isn't denial of evidence, what is it in the middle ground that they propose? Because if there is something in the middle ground, we would certainly be very open to hearing it. It's really the extreme, which is denial of that evidence, where we say that's not permitted. Everything else in between, we'd be happy to entertain, but we don't have anything on the table yet from them.
Thank you. And I see, looks like Member Cohen is stepping up.
Yeah, definitely stepping up. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. That was like thorough. Okay, so I'm going to just kind of start broad and then bring it down. And is the representative of the clerk's board, I think that was McKibben, right? Is he around? I don't know. Can you turn your camera on?
Yes.
He's here.
There you are. Hello, John. It's good to see you again. Okay, so questions that I'm kind of posing to you, to both of you. And I'm wondering if the clerks and then Kata could state in really broad areas, where they have some agreement. Is there any agreement? And I'm going to assume that you guys have had, you know, your own private conversations, right? I understand that you have differing perspectives, and that's fine. That's healthy and natural. But I do want to know where they have agreement, and if you have any agreement in proposed language.
Yes, it's actually discussed in our October 8th letter.
Okay.
We go through CATA's criticisms and address them, whether we think that's reasonable and or whether we accept their proposals or whether we agree. If you want, I can try to go through those.
Actually, hold on, John. I'm sorry. My staff just sent me a text reminding me that Tom Parker is making a presentation too.
Yes.
I totally
was going
forgot.
to refer a lot of this to Tom.
Okay,
but...
so let's go ahead and hear Mr. Parker, and then I'll circle back with questions for the three. Okay. Okay, perfect.
And
Thank
let
you.
me just say on like a procedural point really quick. That was what I was thinking we could do, is sort of go line by line, because I think there are pieces where we do agree or we have little wordsmithing problems, and then the points where we disagree. So I think ultimately that would be helpful.
Fantastic. Okay, Mr. Chair, I will wait.
Good move.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, I believe, is it Ms. Parker's next, or who's next now?
Our next item is sub-item D. And there is a long list of participants. That's the follow-up evaluation of remote AAB hearings, county perspectives and clarification of LTA number 2021-002. So we have 7 speakers lined up. Alina Kasparian, Acting Chief, Assessment Appeals Division, Executive Office of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Thomas Parker, Deputy County Counsel, Los Angeles County. Ann Moore, Chief Deputy Clerk, San Diego County Board of Supervisors. Marcy Berkman, Retired Deputy County Counsel, Santa Clara County. Kathy McClellan, Assistant Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Sacramento County. Kyrene Gonzalez, Deputy Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Sonoma County. And the Honorable Ernest Jonenberg, President, California Assessors Association and San Diego County Assessor Recorder Clerk.
You had a mouthful there. My question now is, I'm hearing from, or getting some texts from members, as well as even some of the partners here, that we might have a 3 o'clock deadline here, or cutoff period. And I'm wondering, are we going to be able to finish this by 3, or is it appropriate to put it off? I just want to hear from the members, and specifically the speakers that are sitting in the queue here.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is Tom Parker.
Yes.
I really don't think in roughly a half hour or so, you're going to get all this testimony in, to be honest.
I agree.
That's my thinking. So I'm just trying to, I'm kind of throwing it out there. What are our options here? And because I know Mr. Jonenberg has to leave, I know definitely at 3, and he's the last one on this list.
And the most important.
And the most important, you're right. Let me just throw out a proposal then. As I'm looking at this, I don't think there's anything here that we have to finish that's time sensitive, correct?
Chairman Vasquez?
Yes, Ms. Stowers, what are your thoughts?
Well, let me first ask, what are we going to do at the end of the day, once we hear all the testimony? Is it going to be the board direction to revise an LTA? And are we going to have BOE staff revise the LTA? Or are we looking to get agreement amongst the parties and take their agreed language and just copy and paste into an LTA?
Well,
let me tell you what I would like.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear your thoughts. Go ahead.
And I know they're listening. I would like for them to continue to hear the testimony and take everything that they're saying into consideration. and for BOE staff, revise the LTA based on their expertise. And I really would want our Mr. Richard Moon to weigh in that LTA as it relates to due process. And I would like to follow the regular protocol of them preparing the LTA and presenting it to the board for board approval at the November meeting. And your last question, I think it is time sensitive because the clerks are saying the existing LTA is causing problems with them getting cases heard. And so if we don't do anything to the LTA, it's going to continue. So I do think that we need to move as quickly as possible. And I'm really hoping that we have resolution by the November board meeting.
I'm with you and I'm sensitive. I'm with you and I'm sensitive to that. I'm just thinking of the logistics and the reality here. Because if we're going to be losing people here in the next 30 minutes, we may not have a consensus. And I'd like to move forward with an LTA, but if there's not a consensus, I don't know how we can do that. Oh, Member Cohen, yes, go ahead.
We can't talk about like how we're going to solve a problem. We need to hear public comment and testimony, just in terms of process. We can't circumvent it. So it sounds like we need to have another day for the process to fully
to vet it.
Yeah, for the process to fully go through the process. So we need more focused review. We need to have comments first.
So is it I'm wondering if are we able to, we obviously can't go on until tomorrow because we already eliminated that day. So it sounds like our only option is to bring it back at our next public meeting, which I don't know if we can do that before our November meeting, or our November meeting right now is scheduled early in November, if I'm not mistaken, because of Thanksgiving, correct?
Chairman, this is Ms. Taylor. The meeting is scheduled for November 16th and 17th.
Is the 16th?
May I suggest that we continue the hearing? Because I just don't think we can't take a direction. We can't give a direction to staff without completing the hearing. So we need to continue to November, which is whose idea was to cancel Thursday? That's a rhetorical question, but all I'm saying is that it should not have been canceled. We should have just kept it up.
I mean, we went back and forth with that on that one, yes, and we thought I guess staff and we thought we were going to be able to wrap this up today. But
should I have been consulted, I would have advocated that we keep Thursday, but I wasn't asked, so oh well.
Chair Vasquez.
I see a hand for Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. We had some technological issues that slowed this thing down. How long do we have with AT&T and their time? Could the meeting go a little later? We would have to juggle things around. We'd have to have Assessor Dronenberg speak sooner. But that might be an option, or just wait until the next meeting.
Well, let me put out a motion and see if it goes anywhere. I would like to move that we continue this hearing until our November 16th meeting, and that it be the first item of business so we can get through this before we start our items that are already scheduled for November.
I'd second that.
Will you a friendly amendment, please?
Let me hear it.
Can we have the constitutional items take place first?
Oh, not a problem. I'm sensitive to the controller, yes. That's acceptable by me, and I'm assuming the seconder is okay with that.
Yes.
If there is a motion and a second, I want to speak against it.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Schaefer, you're on. The motion is before us.
We've been listening to one side. I'd like to hear some of the other side. Also, I think we're paid to be here till 5 o'clock today. Don't we have another couple of hours that we can function?
The reason I put it out there is that I'm hearing from some of the speakers, we're going to lose them. And like you mentioned, if we want to hear both sides, and I'd hate to see us fall short of listening to all those that we need to hear from today. That was my only reason.
Chair, we're like the judges in a courtroom, and the speakers don't tell the judge how late they're going to hold the court open. The court decides how late they're going to serve the people, and I'm for more service to the people. And if the people can't last that long, maybe we. I don't know. It makes it awkward because I feel an obligation to listen to some of the other side too.
I agree with you. The only problem is that unlike a court, we don't have subpoena power, so we can't hold people here until 5 o'clock.
Don't we have a bailiff?
That's my only issue. And I see a hand from actually one of our speakers here and our partners here, Ms. Roboski. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer, and I fully recognize I am not a board member, so I just offer this as an opinion from the work group. I know that I have a hard stop at 4, but I do agree with Member Schaefer that we've spent a lot of time sort of setting up this issue. I think it would really grease the wheels, to use a layman's term, if you will, for the next meeting if we hear a bit, even if we just start, but between now and 4 o'clock, to hear what the other side is thinking about what Kata has presented. I think that will put us in a better position to move forward in November. And that's just my 2 cents that I offer for your consideration.
I can appreciate that. And also, Mr. Chair, I think I heard that you also had a hard stop time. I just offer that the vice chair has the ability to run the meeting too, and I think we'll still have quorum.
I put it out there, so let's see what we want. So the motion's up. Any other comments or questions on it?
Yeah, could you restate the motion? I don't recall it.
The motion is to continue this meeting, the hearing that we've started here, and the rest of our items on the agenda today until November 16th. It would be put up at the front with the exception of the constitutional items. And that was seconded by Member Gaines.
Mr. Chair,
are we clear?
Yes, we're clear, Mr. Chair.
Member Stowers, go ahead.
So you're saying that some people have to leave. Does that include the first speaker from the LA County Board of Supervisor? Or have they chimed in saying they need to leave at 3 o'clock?
I haven't heard from there's 7 speakers coming up. I haven't heard from all 7, especially the ones in the front. I don't know if that answers your question though.
Yeah, we don't know, and they're not on the video, so their voices aren't being heard. I understand what Member Schaefer is saying, that they should be heard. They've been waiting and waiting, and I think we just wasted 20 minutes of their valuable time debating if we're going to continue or not. So I'm going to be quiet.
Okay. And I see a hand before we vote. I see one more hand here from one of our partners, Mr. McKibben.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as I can tell from emails back and forth with our partners, most of us, I think, can stay at least for a while. I tend to agree that carrying it over to November might be realistic, but if we can, some of us continue to speak on this until 3 or whenever we start losing members, that would be a good thing. And if any of my colleagues disagree, please raise your hand.
I am available till 4, so I would be available to go till 4. And as a lone taxpayer advocate on the Teams line, I would hope that maybe we would be given the opportunity to wrap at 4, since I am not available after that time.
Mr. Chair, did I hear you say that you had to leave at 3 o'clock?
Yes. Now, if there's a consensus from the members and you want to continue, I can be flexible.
Okay, if you could be flexible, I think we should continue.
Chair Cohen, Chair Vasquez, if you do have to leave, I'll take over for you.
Not a problem. All right. Well, we still have this motion on the floor. Let me see if it goes anywhere. And then if it doesn't, then we'll continue.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Dornberg.
My experience in playing chairman, trying to balance these things. What time are you scheduled to convene on the 17th November?
Actually, it's the 16th and it's 10 a.m. right now.
I thought it might be a later afternoon start, and I was going to suggest you could do the morning.
No, we're already in the morning.
All right, let's call the vote. Let's put this.
All right, Ms. Taylor, if you could just call the vote.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Not nay.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
No.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
No.
All right, so that fails.
Too happy on camera.
We will continue the meeting until we lose the members, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
So we're at with, I think, Ms. Taylor, you announced the speakers.
Rebecca's complaining about how long she spoke.
Whose motion was it?
Hey, Mike, your mic is on.
Don't forget to mute your mic there.
Yeah.
Chair.
Member Schaefer, please mute your mic.
Thank you.
We are on sub-item D.
Who told me to?
Evaluation of remote AAB hearings. So if we would like to begin, we could begin with Ms. Selena Kasparian.
Yes, let's go.
All right, Ms. Kasparian, are you available?
Yes, I am. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate the time. So I know we have a lot of ground to cover, and I'd like to kind of address some of the feedback Ms. Rabowski provided. So I appreciate the opportunity. So I've got both screens up. I'm going through actually the letter to kind of quickly go over some of the comments Ms. Rabowski made on remote hearings. I will try not to repeat myself from the last meeting. I know we've covered a lot of this, but I do want to say, to echo what Mr. McKibben said earlier, there's some things we've agreed on, some things we disagree on. I think that we all agree as clerks that we would do everything possible for us to accommodate taxpayers. That's never been the question. We have, as you can see, we've spent a lot of time and resources on making sure we've provided some kind of a platform during this difficult time. So with that said, requests for any type of, in-person hearing or remote hearing or vice versa, we would accommodate. We are not saying that we do not want to accommodate. I think that, and I know Tom Parker can touch a little bit more on the whole due process topic from a legal standpoint, but I think for us, when we say due process, it gives a lot of authority and power to the other side, where we would feel like our schedule was not controlled by the AAB. So again, it's not to say that this means it's our way or the highway, that we would not provide accommodations if somebody prefers an in-person hearing for complex cases, which we have plenty of flagged that are ready for in-person hearings once we resume. But I think that should be, at the request of the taxpayer, and of course, if we can accommodate. I know there was mention about, what types of cases should be scheduled, remote, and what types of cases should be scheduled for, in-person hearings. It kind of sounds like hearing officer versus board hearings, where more of the simple, less complex cases are heard by hearing officer.
And I would disagree with that. I definitely understand some of the examples that were provided by Kata. Of course, there are situations where you've got 100 exhibits, several testimony, witness testimony, and sure, I'd be lying if I didn't agree that sometimes an in-person hearing would be more beneficial. And of course, in those cases, we've gone, plenty of requests for people who've indicated so, and we've put those aside to schedule when we resume. But there's also many of complex cases we've heard recently. We've even had 3-4-day hearings, which have gone quite successfully in a remote platform. So I think it should be on a case-by-case basis. It should be made by the taxpayer tax agent. And of course, if we can accommodate, we definitely will. So I don't think classifying applications in a certain way is necessary, especially because scheduling a request has always something been a part of our process. And I think that what one person may deem as complex is not always, true for all. I've had many agents tell me they do not want any in-person hearings anymore, and this is just more convenient for them. And they've had complex cases where we've had personal property, we've had a few oil cases, and all of which have gone successfully. We're constantly working to make things better. I think we forget sometimes, or I at least forget, that this has been a year in the making. So that means that we're striving to making things better every day. Some of the feedback, such as, being able to showcase multiple exhibits side by side. That's a great idea. That's something that we can definitely look into exploring to implement. And I think some of the other points that were made, about in-person and due process and meaningful presentations. Sure, of course, there are challenges in remote hearings, as we saw today. But I think if we're talking about remote hearing issues, we also have to address some of the realistic issues we face in in-person hearings as well. We've had a lot of delays with traffic and parking restrictions, or people getting to or having to leave early to be places because they have to come down to downtown LA, for example. Those are all still issues that we face in in-person hearings. And, some of the other things that were, I'm trying to go through the letter, excuse me. So lack of control over documents, I definitely understand that. It's something that we can absolutely allow an agent to do, but we've done a risk analysis, and I think the fact that giving a full control to somebody to share the documents rather than the clerk putting up what you would like to share has its risks, because, people can put up a document by accident that shouldn't be a confidential document, or a document that was not introduced into the system to be fair to all sides. That's why we've elected to do it the way we do, where the clerk controls the screen. Exhibits not available in fine print. That is not true in LA County. We actually have a system where all parties log in, board members included, clerk, taxpayers, tax agents. The documents are all available to them to view on their own screen. They can view it, download it, save it, print it, make notes on it, whatever works for each person. So, I think that is kind of dependent on the county and the resources that are available. Limited use of demonstratives, I know that was also brought up. I would disagree, and I actually think it's been quite better in the remote setting versus in a big hearing room with a poster across the board, as one of my colleagues have mentioned. Whereas, when you're in a remote hearing, it's in front of your screen, everybody's honed in to exactly what's being presented. And I actually think that's been working a little bit better for us. I know there was technical issues, and of course that's something that can always happen, delay in evidence or testimony, or, the fact that a witness can be coached, or those issues. I think right now, just even looking at me and looking at your face, I think it's quite clear if I'm looking or talking to somebody, if I'm reading off of something, or if someone is simply not paying attention. Those are, yes, it's not perfect, but I think those are all there. And one can also argue, who's to say in-person hearings, the person can be sitting in front of a board member in a hearing room, with public being in the audience, texting them, coaching them, and you're simply looking down at your paper. That's also a possibility. So I'm not saying that some of these things aren't real. I'm just saying there's always another side. Things aren't perfect, but neither are they in person. But there's also a lot of benefits, you know, especially to the taxpayers, the mom and pop taxpayers who don't have big agents representing them. This has been working so much better for them from the feedback that I've heard. They don't have to come down. They feel more comfortable in their home setting, no parking fees. And especially if they're waiting, if there's more than, you know, 4 or 5 taxpayers logged in, they're waiting in the, you know, the comfort of their own home versus coming down here and possibly not being heard. I think, you know, even the comment about masks, I think that most counties would still continue to, you know, implement the whole mask mandate, especially for LA County. So I actually think for us, remote is better. We don't wear masks on camera. Every person is in there either working from their home or separate in the office, and nobody's wearing a mask. And I think the record is quite clear, especially since we're audio video recording and you can see reactions and clearly hear the speakers. Let's see, ineffective cross-examination. I know that was, you know, I kind of talked about that, you know, hiding behind delays. Yeah, of course that can happen. But, you know, for LA County, for the most part, it's either been delays in the beginning of the hearing that we've had to kind of halt to resolve. Very rarely have I seen like a dramatic scenario where the person is being grilled and then all of a sudden everything goes to a halt. I'm sure it can happen, but I think that's an extreme example. And I think in scenarios like this, the way we've kind of combated that is, you know, the clerk gets on the phone right away with the person. We either try to get them connected through the phone. So there's very minimal room for the person to kind of be coached or, you know, cook up something that they're going to creatively respond with. And same goes, you know, for the witness coaching. And I think, again, in person, I've seen people sit with their phones as well. And I think that there's, you know, both sides. There's pros and cons to definitely to both sides. I'm trying to make this as succinct as possible. And I think one of the other biggest ones that I did want to touch on is, you know, the protecting of highly sensitive information. That's definitely not true for LA County. Just as in in-person hearings, any evidence that's introduced or brought by any taxpayer, if it's privileged and cannot be heard or open to the public, that meeting would be closed to the public. It would be a private session, closed session, where the board would still have to review, you know, discuss, deliberate, and hear feedback from both sides on why the information should or shouldn't be present. And we do the same thing in our remote hearings. What we have is breakout sessions. We close out the whole meeting and we're able to discuss privately. So none of that would really change. And same goes to the private conversations that, you know, Ms. Rabowski indicated that cannot be had. That is also not true. We have several breakout sessions where the taxpayer wants to speak to the assessor's office. We're able to do that. Board members deliberate private in their sessions. They can even pull up the documents on their own screen in their private session and discuss, same as they would in person. I think that's pretty much as fast as I can go to kind of summarize, since you guys have given us the opportunity to speak. You know, again, I'm not saying that some of those things are not real. Of course, they're real. We have challenges every day. Same with in-person and remote hearings. But, you know, ultimately for us, it's that we're saying the same thing. This is ultimately for the taxpayer, and we want to accommodate them. But I think that we have to take in our you know, business process day-to-day function in consideration as well. And there's a lot of challenges that we face, you know, on our end that's maybe not as clear to the public, that's challenging for us. So to add on additional requirements of what we can or cannot schedule would just become a lot for us to handle, since we're trying to efficiently go through as many cases as possible. Thank you very, very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I believe the next one is Mr. Parker.
Yes, for the record, I am Thomas Parker. Deputy County Counsel in Los Angeles County. And I'm also the LAAAB Counsel. I want to thank the State Board for the opportunity to speak on this as well as on the prior item K item today. The State Board has historically recognized and honored the constitutional function given to county boards of supervisors and their county equalization boards, or AABs, regarding determining and hearing property tax appeals, as what the Supreme Court in Steinhardt noted was an independent quasi-judicial administrative body. I call it the tax trial court. That comes out of the Constitution. And I think that some of the testimony we've heard from CADA implies that the county boards are really somehow not independent or impartial, that we're not serving the same function as a superior court does in civil litigation. And it's a very subtle tone. They talk about the presumption of correctness the assessor has, and they talk about other hurdles that taxpayers have to go through to try and vindicate their claims of being overtaxed. But the AABs are truly independent bodies. AAB members are not appointed with some secret mission from the Board of Supes to try and keep as much money as possible. We are truly third-party, independent, impartial hearing bodies, the property tax trial courts. That's truly what we are. We're not parties in this process, as Mr. McKibben said. You've heard it before, and all I will say is I think Ms. Kasparian put it very well, and Mr. McKibben put it well. We do our very best to accommodate taxpayer requests, not only for scheduling in general, but for what kind of hearing they want in this COVID situation. CADA, however, really is in the guise of due process and their multi-page letter of October 18th, attempting to paint this as giving the taxpayer a veto. I want only this kind of hearing. I want only that kind of hearing. Now they've added a wrinkle to their pitch, which is say, let's use 1637 criteria. And they'll agree that if you use code section 1637 criteria, that those are sufficiently simplistic or less complex or non-complex, that, okay, those could be by remote. But everything else has to be, there's some due process rights, so they say. And that's a very creative argument. But at this point in time, what the CACEO would offer is that due process is required for whatever kind of hearing the AAB is going to give. Now, I don't think CADA would disagree with that. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But here's what that means to us clerks and boards. That means whatever hearing we give somebody, there has to be the mandatory minimum due process. And Revenue and Tax Code 1616, it's been cited already, but it's worth reciting again real quickly here. It says a hearing can be either remote or in person. So what that really means is a hearing is a hearing, however exactly it is done, so long as due process is part of that hearing format. And unless the state board is convinced that inherently, no matter what, that however they define it, that a complex hearing can never get due process in a remote setting, only then does CADA's argument make sense. But CADA is dancing around the issue that I am highlighting. What the state legislature said in section 1616 and what due process requires and doesn't require. As the state board, and I'm telling you things you already know, you are not authorized as a state agency to make new law. You are not authorized to trim back or reduce what the state legislature has decided is state law. You implement state law. You maybe fill in the gaps a little bit as an administrative agency. But what CADA is trying to do is read into section 1616 language which is not there, and you won't find it in legislative history either, that namely that complex cases should not be heard by remote because complex cases can't get due process from remote. The state legislature didn't say that. So with all respect to the state board, I'm not sure how the state board can say that. Unless you get the legislature to go back and revisit 1616 and rewrite it to say complex cases are not subject to remote. But until that's done, the statute says what it says. Complex. CADA tried to answer that question too today, again, with that 1637 criteria example they threw out. What is complex? Is something that is complex in Trinity County, complex in San Diego, or Stanislaus, or Fresno, or Modoc County, or LA? I don't think anybody would say that's the case. What is quote unquote complex is a moving target. It's a moving target that is dependent on the kinds of appeals that the particular county has, the local economy. Is it a agricultural economy? Is it mostly, is it by and large a mom and pop store economy? Is it a big industrial economy with factories and oil refineries and huge office buildings and what have you? What kind of, that the local economy defines for each county what is and isn't complex. So, and please do not think that in any way I am implicitly insulting or denigrating counties that don't have, say, Los Angeles's. I'm not. I've worked for 5 counties in my career since 1991. I've worked in counties as small as 22,000 total people, where agriculture was king. Now I work in the exact opposite, Los Angeles County. I take great pride and pleasure in having served every single county that I've served as a lawyer. And I respect whatever their individual circumstances are as far as their local economy goes and what's important to them and what's big time and what's complex. At this point, I'm going to talk next about the document submission. I understand the argument as a lawyer saying that exclusion of evidence is not a fair penalty and goes against due process if you violate the electronic submission of document rules that that county uses. I understand that point. Nobody, I have not heard from any single board clerk, whatever their size of county, that that's what they want to do, number one. Number two, as I talked about at the start of my presentation, we are a tax trial court. If you look in the Code of Civil Procedure in Superior Court, trial courts have authority to sanction people who violate discovery rules and then try and get something in or do something too late. Now, I'm speaking as a lawyer, I'm as open as I believe Brianne is in trying to figure out what the spectrum of consequences can be for failure to timely submit documents. And I'll go out on a limb, it's not much of a limb, and say the county clerks are also open to this discussion as to what is feasible to try and encourage the timely submission. We will also agree and have no problem with what Brianne said regarding the fact that folks ought to know what the rules of the game are, the rules of the road. Yes, absolutely. It ought to be clear if you're going to file an appeal in County X and they have remote hearings and they have a local rule or requirement about the electronic submission of documents in advance, you ought to be able to find that out in advance. But the other side of that coin is you should abide by it too. And where parties are abusing it, they know what the rule is. They've been in that county's AAB system before, and they have violated that time frame before, and they do it again, and they do it again, and they do it again. What happens? Oh, so far what you've heard is the only answer is a continuance. Well, in counties that don't have a heavy workload of appeals, okay, maybe that works. And that's fine if that's what jurisdiction in that situation thinks. I'm all for it, whatever works for them. But it doesn't work for the bigger counties that have much heavier workloads and calendaring needs. What happens, for instance, if you're in a county with a lot of appeals, and every time you have a continuance, the next time that appeal can be heard at the earliest is 6 to 9 months. Not because the board doesn't want to hear it sooner, but because given all the other appeals they're working, that's the soonest it can be reheard for the next hearing. Is the continuance to another day really much of a deterrence to abusers? I respectfully have doubt about that. They're probably quite okay with waiting 6 to 9 months or longer before the next hearing, because it's little or no skin off their nose. So, in summary, due process is due process. Due process is not one kind of thing for a small hearing and something else for a bigger hearing. Due process is due process. The state legislature has said, as a matter of law, a remote hearing is a hearing just like an in-person hearing. I would respectfully, and the hypothetical, the state board, you hear state appeals. What if you got in your state appeal docket annually between 20 and 40,000 appeals? I know you don't have that many state assessees, but if you did, you got between 20 and 40,000 state assessee appeals of the values that you set as the state board. And you offer remote as well as in-person hearings. And you get a whole bunch of state assessees who tell you and your staff, oh, I can only do in person. Now, if that creates a problem for you because you've got certain timeframes to get your state assessee appeals heard, and you're going to run into scheduling problems if you don't, and you're going to find the state board dragged into court by the state assessee for not getting the appeal heard on time, you're going to go talk to your lawyer, as you should. What is your lawyer going to tell you about your options? I'm not going to speak for Mr. Nanjo and Mr. Moon. If you were to ask them, they'd tell you whatever they think the law is, and I respect that. But I will also suggest that something that will cross their mind as possible legal advice is that the state board, as the hearing body tasked by the Constitution and state law to hear those appeals, you have a certain amount of calendaring power to make sure those hearings are heard in a timely fashion. And I raise this with you as the state board. I'm basically asking you, put yourself in the shoes of the local AABs as you think about this issue. I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ann Moore available?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me have the time and when waiting. I'll be brief. I just wanted to speak to you about the San Diego's experience with the virtual assessment appeal hearings and the proposed LTA changes. So again, just for the record, my name is Ann Moore and I'm the Chief Deputy Clerk of San Diego Board of Supervisors. I'll try to be brief, but I do think some things merit some remarks. So as we followed our Board of Supervisors last summer and transitioned to 100% virtual hearings, we did so with the parties' due process rights in the forefront of our minds. We looked to the courts, who are dealing not only with money, but with people's very liberty, and we did our best to emulate their virtual hearing practices while adhering to the same tenets that our in-person hearings do. And we are confident in the virtual experience that we've been able to offer. As I would assume is the experience of most agencies, there were some bumps along the road, but our office has maintained a focus on ensuring that we minimized hearing delay and that the taxpayers are afforded due process even in times when in-person hearings are prohibited by local health code. We ensured that parties could share information and exhibits to the same degree virtually as in an in-person hearings, and we had our staff not only send copies to all the parties, but also share on their screen during the hearings, which turned out to be a benefit because rather than where in in-person hearings, parties could be sure that everyone was looking at the same document, at the same page, at the same place in exhibits. We provided for instructions for help with hearing platforms, both on our hearing notice website. We also made staff available by email and phone. We talked through technical issues, which were more often than not user error. And we even had one participant come to the still closed county administration building to use the Wi-Fi. Things have been challenging, but we've worked very hard to ensure that the experience offered parties the same rights and opportunities as in person. In fact, much of the difficulties that we associated with virtual hearings fell on the clerk's office. As previously mentioned within the hearings themselves, the primary issue was handling the distribution of exhibits. And so just as a reminder for context, in our in-person hearings, the parties bring physical copies and distribute them at the time their case is called. Should there be any issue or discussion, they can step aside and the board can proceed to handle other matters. Calendar keeps moving forward and we're able to fully support a larger number of cases at each hearing date. Obviously, in virtual hearings, as you heard from Kata, we're unable to operate in the same way. And so instead, this is all done in real time in Zoom or a Zoom breakout room that's facilitated by one of our staff members. And this is what contributes significantly to the extended time needed for virtual hearings. In an attempt at efficiency, we do try to use the LTA 2021-002, and we require parties to electronically submit exhibits 72 hours in advance. Our office compiles all those exhibits and distributes them to board members and parties via email once the item is called. The challenge is that we don't have the means to enforce this, and routinely our staff are faced with exhibits submitted in the hearing or supplementals submitted just minutes before the item is called. The parties, understandably, because of our backlog, don't desire a continuance, and they both agree the late submission is fine. They're ready to proceed, but without any way or any recourse on our part, the hearing will proceed, but with an extensive delay while our staff deals with the late submissions, because we have to confirm that we received the items or let them know that we didn't receive them and wait for resubmission. And then we have to compile everything and be sure they're complete and distribute them to everybody and confirm that everybody received them, sometimes resending to alternate emails. This process often results with everybody sitting on Zoom for sometimes 30 minutes waiting for exhibits to get where they need to go. All of this could have and should have occurred in the 72-hour prescribed for evidence submission. We recognize that the frequent delays caused by evidence handling in a handful of hearings has a ripple effect on the due process of other taxpayers. 30 minutes may not feel like much to an individual who's been waiting for their hearing, but multiply that across all of our calendars and it only adds to our already heavy backlog. Delays due to late evidence submissions forced us to further reduce the number of hearings that we could confidently set on a calendar and pushed out available hearing dates further into the future. This in turn affects countless other applicants waiting for a hearing date. And we recognize that other counties have handled virtual hearings and exhibit submissions in different ways depending on local circumstances. And we know that some, such as LA, have had the resources to resolve this issue with significant technology upgrades. But for the vast majority, including San Diego, who don't have those resources, we would like a way to set our own rules of procedure to control our calendars in a way that ensures that we are not trading an excessive safeguarding of due process for the few to the detriment of many. I do want to reiterate a point from the last meeting suggesting that the state adopt Los Angeles County's technology and process. San Diego County is the second largest county in the state. We process between 3,000 to 5,000 appeals in a year. Los Angeles County processes tens of thousands of appeals. Comparing Los Angeles to any other county is apples to oranges. We don't have the volume or budget, and we are the second largest county. Giving us a software program that they developed will not provide us the staffing needed to support it. And that's even if we can get it through the security vetting process required by our own county's IT department. Now we have, in conjunction with our Board of Supervisors, transitioned back to in-person hearings, and we're working hard to set the extensive backlog of applicants who requested an in-person only hearing. We're also tracking a number of cases that, since we've returned to in-person, are requesting virtual hearings. Like you've heard from others, we are doing our best to support these requests and fulfill what the applicants need. We even explored the option of doing certain types of appeals or calendars primarily as virtual, but we struggled with how to plan for all the different variations. So instead, we're offering virtual hearings upon request for those who need them because they are high-risk populations for COVID, but notifying that those parties that they may have to wait for a further out hearing date because they're being special set in addition to our regularly scheduled hearings. Finding a full board to take on those additional calendars is challenging right now. I want to note that we do see value in virtual hearings as a mean to continue operations when our local government has restricted in-person hearings. And we see equity and accessibility value in continuing to offer some of those hearings even now. As mentioned, if you're waiting hours for your case to be called, you could be doing that at work. You could be working and not missing time. And for some of our applicants who are hourly, missing a whole day only to have their case continued is detrimental. And we don't want an applicant feeling that they're in a position where because of their own health conditions, they have to risk exposure by coming to an in-person hearing. We plan to continue to offer virtual hearings as long as we're able to, in addition to our in-person hearings. Saying that, it is absolutely infeasible for us to support both hearing types for any reason at the whim of an applicant. This isn't something offered for court defendants with their lives on the line, nor for civil litigants as a matter of right, and it should not be so for assessment appeals. Expecting that from counties who at times are already having trouble filling enough boards to support existing calendar levels will only ensure that the desires of the few will impact the rights of the many. And as we simply do not have the ability or staffing to simultaneously administer both types of hearings. Due process does not specify ability to opt into hearing format. We've worked hard to ensure virtual hearings meet due process requirements. And an individual's belief on this is not fact. We will offer what accommodations we can, but we should not be required to support whatever hearing type an applicant prefers. Hearing preference is not a right, and it's not something our boards or staffing can support without pushing hearing dates and due process for the masses. So I ask you again to leave the counties with some trust and discretion. On so many levels, our counties are unique, different sizes, different budgets, different technology available to us. Add on to that the vastly different COVID experiences across the localities and the needs of each county were unique and evolving based on the ever-changing new normal. We hope that counties can be empowered with some discretion to ensure equity and efficiency for all parties amidst our own locale's unique circumstances. In the end, much like was faced here just a few minutes ago, where there are technical difficulties, we resolve them, just as we do with issues that we face in in-person hearings. We get the hearing done and all parties receive their due process rights guaranteed by law, just as we do with in-person hearings. So I want to thank you for listening. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. You know, we forget that you're the second largest county, but yet when you compare it to LA, it's not as big as we think, right?
No.
And there is a hand from Member Gaines. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get clarification on this question of evidence presented.
Yes. Yes.
Right, and because you're describing circumstances where evidence is being submitted late. And so is that also coinciding with a public hearing, in-person public hearing?
So in-person hearings, they just need to bring the evidence the day of, because they bring paper copies for everybody and they're able to distribute it at the time of hearing. For the virtual hearings, because we have to ensure that everybody is getting those things electronically and they're not getting it prior to when the hearing is called, so there's not, you know, early sneak peeks that would, I guess, give them opportunity to prepare in a way that they wouldn't in-person hearings. We are holding on to that, consolidating it and distributing it right when the hearing occurs.
Okay.
So we are requiring them to submit that 72 hours in advance so that we are able to do so as soon as the hearing occurs and there is no delay.
Okay, and that would be different for an in-person hearing?
It would, yes.
Okay, all right. So is Henry Nanjo available? I'm just trying to get, I'd like to get clarity in terms of due process. Is due process being afforded to citizens on a per county basis, even though the process may be a different one, right? Because when we look at LA County, a much bigger county, many more cases, and then certainly the San Diego example, and let's take a smaller county, let's say Placer, or how about Alpine, which is a very small county. Can those all be handled differently, and can the due process rights be given to that individual that has the hearing?
Member Gaines, thank you very much for your question. I will invite Richard Moon to join me in this, but definitely due process means that the applicant and the or the petitioner and the assessor side are being treated fairly, and that's being done through a legally viable process that does not require, for lack of a better term, identical treatment in all circumstances, as long as their rights and they have a known process. Richard, would you like to maybe flesh it out a little bit more?
I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to. This is Richard Moon with the legal department. For taxation hearings and for assessment appeals hearings, what's required in terms of due process is often stated as notice and an opportunity to be heard. That's fleshed out a little bit in our rules, but one of the reasons why there aren't specifics is because, as you've suggested, Member Gaines, is that the counties that are holding these appeals hearings range from small counties like Alpine to huge counties like LA, and their needs, the types of cases, their staffing, availability, all of those things may be different. And so there are cases out there that describe due process as one where states, in this case, where boards and counties have great flexibility to satisfy what due process requires, which is that they have a meaningful hearing, that they have an opportunity to be heard, and that may follows one procedure in one county and another procedure in another county. And I believe the counties have the ability to determine whether a particular process would afford the taxpayers due process. So due process is absolutely required. The specifics of that may depend on the circumstances and the count, including what counties they're in. I will just add as a note, while the board is considering what may or may not be, or what specific elements may or may not be due process in the assessment appeals context, in the trial courts, in the superior courts, part of their emergency rules for the pandemic have required remote hearings or remote trials for civil hearings. That's not the case for criminal hearings, but a lot of the concerns that have been raised by CADA and the other side as concerns that they're trying to work through, the superior courts, at least, it appears, have determined that they aren't things that couldn't be worked through on a remote basis.
Okay, now what about, okay, let's say you're putting in regulations as a result of COVID and you go remote. Would that be a violation of due process if you were forced into the remote pathway versus in person?
Not necessarily. So there's nothing that says due process requires a taxpayer to have a choice between remote and in person. So as long as the procedures that the counties follow in holding a remote hearing afford the taxpayer an opportunity to be heard. And again, the concerns that CADA raises are definitely concerns. And from what I've heard from the clerks, they are concerns of the clerks as well. And they are attempting to make it so that each taxpayer in the remote hearings have a way around what could be those problems in terms of whether it's having access to evidence or having access to technology or being able to quote unquote read faces or make sure witnesses aren't coached or whatever those concerns may be. Again, there's no absolute right of a taxpayer to have either an in-person or a remote hearing. And I think in the assessment appeals context, Revenue and Taxation Code 1616, as has been cited, makes that clear.
Okay, and if someone felt like they didn't get the necessary due process as a result of being denied an in-person hearing, I mean, could that set up litigation, and then would that set a new precedence?
It could set up litigation. So their recourse would be to file an action in Superior Court stating that they were not afforded due process. The Superior Court would decide one way or the other based on what actually happened at the hearing. And then depending on which way it went and if it was appealed, then it would go, of course, to the appellate courts, and then they would decide. And if that case was published, then that would become precedent.
I see. Okay. Then how about the submission of evidence late?
Yeah. So the Constitution allows counties to set up rules of procedure. And so as long as there's no other state law or state regulation or regulation promulgated by the board that says otherwise, it is an area where the counties can set up their own rules. So in terms of document submission, they could set up their own rules that say, you have to follow a particular procedure. And if you don't follow that procedure, then that evidence will not be accepted. I don't see any reason why a board could not pass that type of procedural requirement. And then, if it were passed by the county board as part of their ordinances, then of course everybody would be on the same page as to the requirements, as well as on notice as to what the requirements are.
And as long as they were reasonable, right? I mean, as long as you had full time, for instance, to make that submission, that's something that could be held for the appellant to bring forward and live by those rules.
Correct. And if an appellant, if a taxpayer felt that those rules were unreasonable, then again, that's something that they would pursue further action on.
Right. Okay. Very well. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Member Gaines.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we'll go ahead with Is Marcy Berkman available?
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I apologize, I'm not on video. My internet is not strong enough today to hold the connection if I have the video on.
Not a problem.
I represented the Santa Clara County Appeals Board for over 10 years before I retired in July, and have been part of the property tax world for over 20 years now. And today I'd like to address briefly 3 of the main topics that the board and the participants have been discussing: due process, the hearing type, and late submitted evidence. Briefly on due process, as the board's counsel noted, both the taxpayer and the assessor have due process rights. And really, truly, the assessment appeals boards are the neutral quasi-judicial party. They are just like the judge and the superior court and strive very hard to be that way. And I think that's important because in some of the drafts that have been placed before you, and I think sometimes it's just inadvertence in the drafting, the parties or one or the other of them have used the term taxpayer here and there. And I think it's important that to the extent the LTA is revised, that any such reference should be to the parties, not to the taxpayer, because the assessor is also a party before the AAB, just like the taxpayer is, and just like a plaintiff and defendant in a court, they both have the equal due process rights. I'd also like to correct a statement that Kata made that's not really correct. They said in the vast majority of cases, the assessor really has sort of an advantage over the applicant because they're deemed to have done their job correctly, and the applicant has the burden of proof. But the reality is, in my over 20 years of experience in Santa Clara County, which has a massive number of AAB appeals, even though that is dwarfed by Los Angeles, the vast majority of our cases that go to hearing are single family owner occupied cases. And in those cases, the assessor has the burden of proof and the burden of going first. And so really, truly, when you're talking about due process, it's both parties. And even among the minority of the cases that go to hearing in Santa Clara County, the commercial cases, in a fair number of those, it's the escape assessment or the assessor seeking to raise the value. And there again, the assessor goes first and have the burden of proof. So really, truly, when we're talking due process, we are talking not only constitutionally, but practically about making sure it's afforded to both parties, and that one party shouldn't have control over the other, over how things go. That really is something that needs to be left to the board, and it's to the board and the clerks of the board to do their best under their circumstances in their individual county to offer due process to both parties and do their best to do their job. Moving on to hearing type, although I can no longer speak for the county because I retired in July, I do speak from my experience as the county's AAB. And my position is somewhere between Kato's position and Kakio's position. As your counsel and Mr. Parker mentioned, early in the pandemic, your counsel advised that yes, the rules do permit for a remote hearing. And then the state board generously assisted in getting RTC 1616 changed to clarify that a remote person is a hearing. And so the law now, as Mr. Parker pointed out, is that whether your hearing's live or remote, it is a hearing and it constitutes due process. And as your court counsel pointed out, the courts have been using remote hearings in order to get us through the pandemic and civil litigation. That said, as this board heard me say early and often, even before we went to remote hearings, I do agree with Kata on a great number of their comments about, in some circumstances, what makes a live hearing better than a remote hearing. And I know that the Assessment Appeals Board members and hearing officers that I worked with, the vast majority of them felt that they could do their job best, especially in a complex case, live and in person, for many of the same reasons that Brianne expressed on behalf of Kata. And while it's true that remote hearings do seem to work simplest from our experience, in administrative matters like continuances and reinstatements and approving stipulations and pre-hearing conferences, and in less complex cases like a really simple single-family homeowner, although even that's not easy. I do disagree with Kata's suggestion that the state board issue guidance saying use remote hearings only for administrative things and hearings that qualify for a lead hearing officer. As Mr. Parker pointed out, the ambit of what can be covered by a remote hearing has already been set by the legislature, and that is any type of hearing can be remote, and that gives you due process. Two other points that help illustrate some of the problems in Kata's proposal, that only things that qualify for a hearing officer be permitted to be done remotely. There are, for example, many small local businesses. Car washes are often valued at $1 to $5 million. Local restaurants, local boutiques, those would fall over the $500,000, the $500,000 limit for qualifying for a hearing officer. But in some cases, they may be fairly simple, straightforward matters that could quite well be heard by a remote hearing if both parties in the board felt that was a good idea. Similarly, there could be something like a small six-plex residential building that might be a straightforward comparative sales analysis and very simple to present at the road, but does not meet the requirements for the hearing officer. And on the other hand, we're now looking at a pandemic that's coming on 2 years long, and some counties have probably been closed for most of that 2 years. In Santa Clara, we've gone back and forth between live hearings and not live hearings, depending on the public health orders. But easily at this point, we can see COVID might take a turn where we're closed down for 2 years. And really, a lot of the issues about value on the roll and getting things heard stem from the large corporate taxpayers. In Santa Clara County, for example, we have Levi Stadium, we have Apple, we have huge department stores, things that take up a vast amount on the roll. And those types of taxpayers tend to be represented by very sophisticated tax agents who are savvy enough to know how to game the system and either put 0 as the applicant's opinion of value or a small fraction of the roll value, knowing that if the 2-year statute passes, that will allow them to have their 0 opinion of value entered as the roll value. So the problem if the state board were to say taxpayer can reject or assessor can reject a remote hearing, and you just have to wait till a live one's offered, there's the possibility of the 2-year statute running. And the entire reason we started having remote hearings in the first place was to make sure that cases get through the system, there isn't a backlog, we don't end up with cases running the 2-year calendar. So anything that's done needs to be make sure that if for whatever reason you can't have your hearing now, maybe the AAB is saying, we'll give you a remote hearing now, but if you want, you can postpone till we can have a live hearing whenever it is our public health officer lets us do that. There needs to be a provision for waiver of the 2-year statute involved in that, because otherwise we end up, if it's a world that Kata wants where they can demand a live hearing if they don't want remote, there needs to be a statutory waiver that goes with that, because we can't have these large taxpayers represented by tax agents gaming the system, and playing games with we are or are not willing to take a certain type of hearing, because any hearing is a perfectly good hearing that provides due process. Finally, moving on to late submitted evidence, there has to be teeth to enforce that people follow the rules. And if you were to adopt Kata's suggestion that for every applicant or assessor who fails to timely submit their information, you allow a 45-minute delay, the AAB will never get through its calendar. There's often 25 to 200 items on the calendar, and maybe 10 to 30 of those will be a live value hearing on any given day. And both from the AAB and the clerk's perspective, you can't hold up the agenda. You can't create chaos for the hearings and hearing clerks that way, and the assessment appeals board, or for all the other people who are waiting in line for their remote hearing to happen that day, standing by for their case to be called and be the one up at bat. I don't think anyone is really suggesting at this point, although your counsel said that if a rule were to be passed, it would be appropriate. But I don't think so far I've heard anyone actually suggesting that what the AABs want to do is exclude evidence. I think from my perspective, the proper way to proceed if a party doesn't timely provide their exhibits for a remote hearing would be to continue the hearing to another date. And if it's the taxpayers whose exhibits are late, then the taxpayer should be required to sign a waiver of the 2-year statute. And that's their, penalty for not timely complying. You're going to have to wait longer for your cases, to be heard. And it's a shame that people will play games that way. If it's the assessor that messes up and doesn't get their exhibits in timely, I would suggest that there should be no waiver on such a continuance unless perhaps it's within 120 days of the 2-year deadline, in which case it would seem, I think, appropriate to require a waiver in that. And I think it would be appropriate to leave those types of procedural requirements up to each jurisdiction and its rules of local notice and procedure for how they're going to handle them. But I don't think anyone at this point is suggesting that the remedy is to exclude evidence. Ms. Rabowski also mentioned evidence that comes in on rebuttal and impeachment and correction, and disputes between the parties of whether or not that should be accepted. Those kind of things happen whether it's a live hearing in person or whether it's a remote hearing. And just as they do in live hearings and a remote hearing, it's the AAB's discretion of what to do and decide, is this really appropriate rebuttal and impeachment evidence? Or is this something that the other party is trying to sneak in late? And even if the latter, do we want to consider it because our constitutional function is to get to the right value? Those are all the board's decisions. And sometimes in a live case, there might be a half hour of bickering of whether it's appropriate to submit a rebuttal exhibit or not. And I have more than a few times seen my board say, we will take it, but we will give the other time, call you back here in 2 weeks or in 6 months or whenever, because that's our next hearing date, so that you can comment on the rebuttal exhibit, because we think it's information we should have, but we're not really sure that it should have come in at this point rather than earlier. And so I think whether you're talking remote or live, there's the AAB has the same discretion. The AAB is used to that. I don't think there's really any need for guidance on that particular issue. And that concludes my comments. I'm open to questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Let me just seeing no hands or comments, I think we're good. Is Kathy, is it McClellan? Did we lose her?
Mr. Chairman, John McKibben,
Yes.
I believe that Ms. McClellan may have retired. I know she was coming up on retirement, had been sticking around longer than she had intended, and she has not answered any emails for the last week or so. So I believe she may be retired. I doubt if she's going to be on the line today.
Oh, so we took too long. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is Karine Gonzalez, Miss Karine Gonzalez available?
Hi, yes, I am available. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you. I will be probably the briefest of them all. I think that what I would like to reiterate today is a little bit of the opposite side. I am the AAB clerk for the County of Sonoma. I'm the deputy clerk of the board, and as such, I'm the clerk for the AAB. We're a medium-sized county. I am the only AAB clerk. We are shorthanded across the board, and we have just lost an AAB member, and so we have 2 open seats. That being said, our calendars and our agendas are incredibly valuable, and when we have postponements like we've had because we have taxpayers and individuals requesting a certain type of hearing, it just kicks the can down the road and makes our job even more difficult. We don't know what the future holds, just as we didn't know this pandemic was coming and we had to shut down. Sonoma County has been holding remote hearings since May. We canceled our April hearing and started doing remote hearings in May. We had another fire, so we canceled one. And then last month we started holding in-person hearings. Recently, I got an email from an agent requesting, actually demanding, I quote, "We demand a remote hearing." And the reason is because they can't make it to Sonoma County. So what I'm dealing with right now is taxpayers and agents demanding and then citing the LTA, the 0002 LTA. I would like to, document submission has not really been for the County of Sonoma an issue. What has been no more difficult in receiving the documentation for remote hearings as it would be to receive them in person and making all the copies. Really for us, for the County of Sonoma, we really haven't experienced a lot of that. But I can say that if we didn't receive the evidence or any kind of document for a remote hearing in time, what we had done and what the board did do is postpone. We haven't had any backlash from that, and we have postponed the hearings. Again, I'm the only AAB clerk, and all it does is kick the can down the road for us. I agree. John had mentioned something earlier, and I just want to kind of reiterate the importance of it. I have an agent now that I stated who is demanding a remote hearing. Well, what if the assessor says this is too complex, or this is going to be, a hearing that we really want to have in person? Who gets to have that hearing? Who gets to decide? So I think it's really important that an AAB clerk, such as myself, really handle their own calendar. We are the ones that touch every single application. We're the ones that communicate all the time with both agents, assessors, and taxpayers. And as Mr. Moon had stated, the courts have used remote hearings for civil proceedings. We are a quasi-judicial board, and there would be no reason for AAB to continue remote without losing the right to due process. I also have tried to accommodate. Never once have I refused a type of hearing. Right now, we're not holding remote hearings. We're trying to figure out what the best format is down the line, what kind of hearings and things like that, kind of waiting for you as the board to make a decision, possibly amend the LTA. And just as I believe Ann Moore was stating that, Ms. Berkman was stating that, I do agree with Kata too, that some hearings are necessary to be in person. But I don't believe that it is their choice to make that decision of what kind of hearing. We will do our best to accommodate. They use terms like full and fair, reasonable opportunity to be heard. All of our remote hearings, they have had ample opportunity and reasonable accommodations to be heard. In fact, with our remote hearings, because of the format, they're actually afforded a little bit more time as opposed to what they may be able to be heard in person. So I will end with that. I appreciate your time. I don't want to take up any more. All I would be doing is kind of mimicking what has already been said, and I do appreciate your time.
Thank you, and I appreciate your brevitivity there. Did we lose Mr. Dronenberg, or is he still with us? I think we might have lost him. So with that concludes the 7. I just had one quick question for Mr. Parker, if he's still available, and it's on the rights of the hearing participants. Can you explain the difference between the indefinite time waivers in your proposal and the agreement to toll indefinitely the 2-year limitation period?
They're the same thing, Mr. Vasquez. Terminology for the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And then the second question I had for you was on the document submission issue.
Yes, sir.
Since remote hearings require more time to upload documents, would it help to require the parties or the assessors and taxpayers to submit them further in advance?
It might well, sir, depending on the methodology by which documents are electronically submitted. I hate to sound vague, but for the LA system, you don't need more than 3 days, unless you're asking the AAB clerk staff to do the inputting for you. And if you're doing that, we need 7 days. But the systems vary is the short answer, sir. I wish I could give you a more precise answer than that.
No, I appreciate it. And then I guess the last part of that would be, and if they don't, what options have you considered for, I guess, the potential consequences?
Well, really, I can only, I've not heard any clerk, including the clerk in my county, come up with a specific proposal for what the consequence is, or should be, or could be. I haven't heard, as I said earlier, I haven't heard anyone talk about exclusion of evidence, say we want to do that. I haven't heard that from anybody. But I have heard that the mere continuance, certainly in Los Angeles, the mere continuance remedy really doesn't serve as much of a remedy, to be honest.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments or questions of any of the 7 speakers, or I guess 6 now that are, well, no, I think we're down to 5 actually. If not, do we have any comments or questions from any of the members of the working group of any of the speakers? And I see a hand already from actually our member Cohen. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. And I just want to recognize, oh, Ryan, you're still here. Just recognize all of the speakers and their presentations. I really appreciate it. It's very evident that you have taken this seriously. And it's very interesting how when we initially started this conversation, we were just kind of touching on the surface. And over time, within the last year, just being able to dive down deep, peeling back the layers to having a really robust discussion. It is my hope that we will be able to come to an agreement, come to even a piece of policy or a way of doing business that will provide a lot of insight and make things easier. My intentions in engaging in this process is not to make life difficult for people, the assessors, the stakeholders, the AAB clerks, the taxpayer advocates. I'm actually engaging in this just trying to streamline. And I also recognize that we're almost talking about a cultural change, changing how the culture of business has been done. And cultural changes are difficult, but I think it's important. You either change or die, to put it quite bluntly. So, one of the things, again, my goal was 2 goals: to protect public health and the preservation of due process rights for all the parties concerned. And it's in that context that I was listening to these presentations. And the question that I was originally going to start with was if the clerks and CADA in particular in the state could, if they were able to come to some kind of agreement on proposed language. Now, Ms. Romanowski, you had said something I think that I'm going to pick up on, and I actually probably have a motion fashioned in my head, and it's almost selecting a time for us to get together and go line by line to really figure out where the point at issue is. And I want to say that I know that's going to be time consuming and probably very grueling, but if we commit to doing it, we will only have to do it once. And we could really begin to tackle some of the challenges. Does anyone have any comments that they want to say? If not, I can go on. I have lots of notes to talk about.
Member Cohen.
Vice Chair Schaefer, go ahead.
Ms. Raboski has to leave in about 1 minute. I just
So
wanted-
let's let her respond.
I do have to leave. I apologize for the very hard stop today. I agree with Ms. Cohen. I think going line by line will help elicit the differences. CADA does have responses. I have many responses to the things that were presented by the counties today. So we would like an opportunity to respond, and we look forward to continuing to work on this issue. So thank you for including us today. I apologize that I'll have to sign off, and I trust that my other members off the Teams line are listening. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. So just, you can definitely step off, but I was going to give some of my closing remarks. And Mr. Chair, thank you, and colleagues, thank you, especially the stakeholders who've all participated in this hearing today. I believe that what we need to do is continue this hearing through a work group and have another notice hearing to attempt to narrow down any remaining disagreements among the parties. Like I said earlier, going line by line. And I want to acknowledge that this may be a slow and a cumbersome process, but I think it's in the interest of all parties that we want to do the right thing when it comes to the health and due process rights of all the participants in the AAB hearings. So what I'm proposing is and suggesting is that the next meeting take place separate and apart from the board meeting. Separate and apart from the board meeting. The chair's office and my office will gladly participate in this publicly noticed meeting. We can conduct it line by line and see if there is consensus, and then we could recommend next steps. Theoretically, the earliest 10-day notice could be sent after October 20th, which is the conclusion of this board meeting, and that would be on October 21st for a working group that would meet on November 1st. These are dates. Stick with me, Ted. I know you're probably had your fill of this, but I think that it's important work, and it should be publicly noticed, and we should be doing something acting outside of the scheduled board meeting, which is the next scheduled meeting is November 16th. We can meet on any weekday other than November 11th, because that's Veterans Day, from November 1st through the 15th. So the sky is wide open on that. The working groups could meet after November 16th and 17th board meeting and prior to the December 14th and 15th board meeting, recognizing that Thanksgiving holiday occurs on November 25th and the 26th. So after hearing these comments from my colleagues, I'd like to make a motion. Shall I just jump right in, Mr. Chair? Make that motion?
I don't see any hands or comments, so if you want to go ahead and continue.
All right, let's go ahead and make the motion.
Oh, wait, I missed
Ms.
one hand.
Stowers.
Ms. Stowers. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
She's jumping around. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, see me. Would the work groups include BOE legal? BOE tax staff? If we have so many, are they a part of this process?
That's a really good question, and I am under the impression that the answer is no. I don't think that they are involved in this. Okay. Let me double check. And I don't know if BOE legal is on the call to help.
The reason why I ask is, Mr. Moon raised some very good points as far as what is due process, and Mr. Parker raised some points about what we can do with the guidance and what 1616 says.
Okay, so I see Henry on the screen.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Member Cohen. BOE Legal would be happy to join and help. I am a little constrained with my staff because we are in the middle of state assessed appeals season, and there's a lot going on, but we will try to accommodate whatever schedule the board would like to endeavor to.
So members, thank you, Chief Counsel. Members, this is Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. So let me offer this. So if Member Cohen's recommendation is in a work group based upon the framework for the work group, it's designed to have a limited number of BOE agency staff involved. And so I think what Ms. Cohen is trying to do is honor that portion of the framework for that organization, for that structure. To the extent that the work group is going to convene and a time frame between now and prior to the November 16th and 17th board meeting, then that would be definitely separate from the board meeting. the work group in that kind of configuration or that kind of schedule could meet because you're just having the conversation to do a study of the material. There's no decisions being made. So for following kind of the precepts of the work group, there's no decisions being made. You're just collecting the information. Now we could attach, some legal to it, but they're not necessarily anchored to the meeting in the same way that they would have to participate in an interested parties process, et cetera. To the extent, if I'm understanding what Ms. Cohen is suggesting, if the work group is just going to convene with the stakeholders as a discussion body to come back and advise, their draft or their suggested language can then be submitted to the agency so the legal can still review it.
Right.
So be almost like a stakeholder document that is being presented back to legal for review. So that's one way of considering it. The other way to consider it would be you have this work group and legal are required to be there or be participating, depending on how long that is. The challenge that we have, as was indicated, we're in the middle of appeals hearings and this is the same professionals. And I just literally can't put them in two locations at once. So it really is that kind of an issue at this point. So we do want to participate because ultimately the LTA is a legal document that comes from the board. We are the policy setters. And we would need our legal to do it and to get involved in it along with the tax program because we've got to administer our aspect of it. And policy is our responsibility. So if you're going to have it prior to the November 16th, 17th meeting, then the work group could, and according to the framework of your board work group, you can have that kind of advisory, that kind of a discussion and come back with advice or recommendation for a document.
Thank
so
you.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Member Cohen,
Yes.
I'm not intervening lightly here. I'm on a long planned holiday out of California from October 29th through November 14th. So if to whatever extent you anticipate I would be a part of this, and it's something I am generally glad to be a part of, given I've been involved for a long time now. I just want to let everybody know I'm not going to be around till November 15th once I leave October 29th.
So Tom, 1029 to 1115?
1114. I'll be back on the 15th.
Okay, just to clarify, thank you.
Right. Thank you. And I don't mean to spoil plans here, but this is a long planned family vacation.
And I see a hand still, Member Cohen from Member Gaines. Let me just bring him into the fold here. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, it sounds like Malia's proposing a work group meeting prior to our next board meeting. So we would gather as a board and I guess finish the hearing, but also look at the working out any issues of potential dissension. You would do that in that board and that work group meeting, and then it would come back to us.
Yes, that is right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. No,
Right. So,
What are your thoughts now?
like my thoughts now are, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you choose to be a part of the work group, right, Mr. Vasquez? I mean, members could choose not to be part of the work group and we could bring that finished or draft back to the full body of the Board of Equalization. But that, that's up to you if people want to participate. If you don't want to, I have no comment on that. Tom's schedule does concern me a little bit because he's deeply entrenched in this process and has a lot of wisdom and perspective.
And if I may, Member Cohen, your comment. So if you're following the rules for the work group structure, it would still be publicly noticed. So as you're publicly noticing it, you're acknowledging Bagley Keene, at which point all 5 members could participate. According to the framework for your work group, you're not required to have all 5, but it's still publicly noticed. So I think there's an expectation that there will be some level of participation, but you at least need at least one or possibly one member to chair or possibly 2 as co-chairs. So in this case, I would assume that it's a continuation of you both as co-chairs for this item, and that would continue. Then it's an issue of if the other members, want to opt in, to participate. It's still, I just want to note, it still is going to be publicly noticed. That was part of the foundation of your transparency principle attached to these work groups.
Right, that's exactly the point that I was trying to highlight. So two members. Okay, so let me make the motion, and then let's have discussion on the motion. And then if there's public comment, we'll take public comment, and then, you know, we still have another item that we have to get through, the Wine Institute issue. So what do we see here? I'm making a motion that this public policy hearing on remote assessment appeals hearing, that it be continued as publicly noticed, as a publicly noticed board working group with the task of conducting a line-by-line review of the proposed language for amending LTA 002. And that this board working group meets separately from the regularly scheduled board meeting. Now, I'm not prescribing a date to it, but that is the motion. The next part, the next hurdle we have to get through is, when do we schedule this working group? So that is my motion, to have the working group meeting, have the working group convene, conduct a line-by-line review of the proposed language to amend LTA 002.
Member Schaefer, I would second your motion.
Thank you, Bob.
Any discussion on the motion? Mr. McKibben, you had a hand up, but I don't know if it was related to this motion, though.
I will wait until the second part comes up when we talk about the date, possible
No
dates.
problem. Thank you.
And, you know, in this motion, we can also say at a time to be determined. So a motion has been made, it's been seconded. I guess we'll take public comment and then we'll take a vote.
Ms. Taylor, do we have any? Oh, I guess we can check with AT&T if there's anybody on the line who wishes to speak on it.
Yes. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter?
And if you do want to make a comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time.
Leah's doing accounts.
And we have no one queuing up at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. So with that, I guess we can go ahead and call the roll on the motion. Ms. Taylor, I guess you have it to repeat it?
Yes. Ms. Cohen's motion was to continue today's public policy hearing and for the work group to conduct a line-by-line review to amend LTA 2021-002 and meet separately from the board at a date to be determined.
Correct.
All right.
Members, this is Brenda Fleming. Sorry for the interruption. So just wanted to make to separate from the board or from the board meeting. So I just want to make sure that their language in the motion is correct. Their recommendation I did not hear was separate from the board. It was from separate from the board meeting, from a regular board meeting date. So notice the difference between the date and the entity.
Yes. Right.
And then also I would suggest, if I may, members, forgive me, do you want to suggest that you're saying you're working on proposed amendments to the LTA, so that will come back to the board, or just make the distinction of whether or not you're actually drafting the LTA? Just for succinctness for language, so that we
are not drafting the LTA. We're going to go through line by line and make suggested changes and bring them back to the full board.
Okay, just want to make sure that so the language in the motion is very correct.
Right. Yeah, we would need, I think,
yeah.
All right. If there's clarity,
I think we're good. We're good. Let me have Ms. Taylor call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Member Cohen, you mentioned, you know, we still have, I think, one more item on this still.
Yeah, we do. That's why we need to keep moving. We got 45 minutes. We got to take on the wine industry.
I know. Well,
Yes.
let's go ahead. Ms. Taylor.
Okay. The next item is N And public comment on matters not on the agenda? Is that what you're expecting?
I thought there was one more. Are we done then?
There are several more sub-items for the AAB hearing. So we're going to continue with that, or we're going to try to wrap up the agenda at N and then move on to the wine grower. There is a hard stop at 4:45 today for our captioner.
I would like to ask the chair to maybe suspend where we are on the agenda and go straight to the wine industry, the board work groups.
That's what I was going to suggest, because in your marks earlier, I think you forgot there's still some others, but if people are comfortable with it, why don't we suspend that till the next meeting in November? Is that okay?
It's okay with me, yes.
I see heads nodding. Okay.
Chairman Vasquez, sorry, this is Henry Nancy, Chief Counsel.
Yes.
The N item must be heard today because it's a Bagley-Keene requirement.
I got that.
Comment on matters not on the agenda, so I just want to make sure the board is aware of that before you lose quorum.
That we will do.
Thank you, sir.
So while I have you on the line though, Henry, do we need a motion? I guess an official motion that we're going to table the rest of the items minus N?
That would be a good idea, sir.
Yes, you should. Yes.
So let me move that we table the rest of the sub items that we didn't get to today till our next meeting, with the exception, well, no, and then we will hear our N item, and then we can move into the working group on the Wine Institute.
I second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Seeing no hands or comments, if we can get Ms. Taylor, Ms. Taylor, do we have to check with the public on this one?
Yes.
Let's see if anybody is in the public.
I wouldn't think so, because this is internal calendaring. I don't think the public has anything to say about it.
Chairman Vasquez, this is Chief Counsel Henry Nanjo. It is an action that the board's taking, so Bagley-Keene does require public comment before the board.
That's what I thought.
Action. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor, if you could just check with AT&T to be safe.
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to ask a question or a comment, please press 1 and 0 at this time. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
Thank you. With that, members, let's, you know what, why don't we go ahead and let's go to the N item, because we can get through that real quick, and then I'll turn it over to the working group on the Wine Institute.
Chairman Vasquez, we do need to vote on your motion to table.
I'm sorry, you're right. I forgot I didn't call the question. Ms. Taylor, if you please call the roll on the motion.
Certainly. Chairman Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Cohen?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Now, Ms. Taylor, I think it's okay to go ahead and just do N first, right? And then we can get into the work group.
Yes.
Why don't we do N, because that should be real quick.
Thank you. The next item is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
Thank you. With that, let's move. Oh, Ms. Taylor, I guess you can call the next item then.
Our next item is the board work group on wine industry and wine grower excise tax data. Discussion of issue, options, and possible action to address concerns raised by the Wine Institute regarding access to wine grower excise tax data. This work group will be presented by Ms. Cohen and Vice Chair Schaefer.
Member Cohen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First, just want to defer. Mr. Schaefer, do you have any comments that you wanted to make before I got started? Okay.
Yes, Member Cohen, thank you.
Okay.
I want to thank you and your staff for working with our office and trying to find a workable solution to the wine group growers. The industry is near and dear to all millions of Californians. It's one of our major industries, and
I'm sorry, Member Vice Chair Schaefer. I've been informed that we need to adjourn the board meeting before we open the work group meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
So just, I'm sorry, members, excuse me. You can recess the regular board meeting and then convene the work group meeting and then adjourn the work group meeting if you want to come back after the work group, resume any closing comments. That's option one. Option two is you can adjourn the regular meeting, go to the work group meeting and then adjourn, and all items will be settled for today. I'm just giving you the option in the event that you have any comments that you want to make before you actually adjourn the regular meeting. So you do have that option.
We don't have comments for that. That's not what we're doing.
okay,
So if I'm hearing you correct, we could adjourn this regular meeting, get into the work group. Do we need to come back on any decisions from the work group, or can we just end that meeting?
We're establishing the work group as its own public hearing. And so the rules are made succinct. So if you just want to take up the item today and you want to take it for discussion only, then you can do it that way. If you are taking up this work group today and there's going to be actions or decisions that come back next month, you would just recess. You would finish up the work for today and then just continue the discussion at the next month's meeting. So it depends on what your actions are going to be. What I'm doing, sir, and members, is making the distinction between the regular meeting and the work group. Because in the rules that we established, and I'm just making sure that Ms. Garrett is tracking me on this and can correct me, that we're making a distinction between those two forums. So you can either recess one and convene the other, or you can adjourn the regular meeting and be done for the day.
Well, let me ask Member Cohen, are you requiring any action on your work group today?
Am I requiring action?
Or are you going to ask, I should say?
Well, I mean, I was trying to push and get as much of this agenda done as I could by 5 o'clock. But now I'm told that we only have to 4:45 because the closed captioning person has to go, which is now just 20 minutes away. So no, I don't even think that we will be able to get to an action item, but I do want to get on the record talking about this. This item we will have to definitely bring back in the next meeting, or schedule a work group meeting at a later date.
Okay, well, hearing that, why don't we go ahead and just adjourn the first meeting and then we'll move into the work group. So I think we already had an adjourning motion from Member Gaines. Is there any other closing remarks from folks before we close out the first part of our meeting here? Seeing and hearing none, we will officially adjourn our meeting at 4:22. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 16th. I believe 16th and 17th for right now.
That is correct.
So with that, we will officially adjourn and stay on so we could move into our work group.
Convening the work group, that is correct.
Okay. So that's official. We're done with the first meeting. And now I will turn it back to the working group. And Ms. Cohen, you have the floor again.
Actually, it was Mr. Schaefer that had it first. And then
sorry.
I had to open it up after
Vice
him.
Chair, his opening remarks.
all right, the mic is mine. Thank you, Ms. Gahn, for your staff working with my staff to bring us to where we are today. We have almost 6,000 wine grape growers in California, over 4,000 wineries, 700 of which are in my district. We generate over $40 billion in sales and employ 325,000 people in the industry. It's imperative we can do everything we can to foster its success. I recognize today that we're not going to resolve all the legal issues, but hopefully we can agree upon an administrative decision. I'm committed to working with the wine industry, with the other stakeholders, with my fellow board members, and with the legislature to get the data disclosure issue resolved. However, until the legislature can act, Ms. Cohen and I would like to have the relevant data and the aggravated provided to us by zip code. I understand that can easily be done. The first step is to have our executive director review and report back to the board on the ability to disclose sales data by zip code in a manner that would protect the identity of the individual growers and the wineries. I hope this is as easy said than done. While I understand the industry would like a more specific data, I believe that using the zip code standard is a good starting point. The legislature convenes January 3rd, as we know, a few months from now. I believe we can have the bill ready for introduction as soon as the session resumes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Cohen, I look forward to working with the board and our stakeholders to achieve a final resolution on the tax data industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to begin by recognizing also the importance of the wine industry as a whole to California. We were talking about world-class wineries that spread out across the entire state, including my own district and district of other board members. The California wine industry remains strong and robust, and robust economic engine for the state of California, the entire nation that only grows in size and economic impact. So what I want to do is read into the record the significant, a unique perspective of the importance that California wineries, wine grape growers, and businesses serving in the industry. First, I don't know if you knew this, I certainly didn't, this is news to me, that California is the world's 4th leading wine producer. The wine industry generates 325,000 jobs in California, which includes 6,000 farmers. The wine industry produces $57.6 billion in state economic impact. So that means the wineries are paying $15.2 billion in state and federal taxes. Wineries produce $1.36 billion in export revenue. So wineries in our wine regions generate over 23 million tourist visits and brings dollars from all over the world. So as you can see, these numbers and this data is very significant. And data is generated at every step in the winemaking process that helps to drive the industry. So it's an essential tool that helps ensure that they remain competitive, not only in California, but around the world. And the data on the wine industry provides a competitive advantage, as well as it, quite honestly, it keeps California industry growing, keeps it hungry, keeps its edge in the face of very stiff competition from other wine producers, not only in other states, but across the world. So since our last board meeting, my office has reviewed relevant information concerning the data that the Wine Institute seeks. Through discussions with the vice chair's office, stakeholders in the wine industry, and as a result of my own research, I'd like to offer a course of action that will assist us in moving forward. So first, I think that it's incumbent that I highlight that there's broad support from all parties involved, including the members of this body, that we find a solution that would provide great access to winery data. And so the solution is actually 2 paths. First, it's an administrative path, okay? So that path would be to investigate the feasibility of greater availability of data on individual winery returns, provided that personally identifiable information is redacted. That's a key point. Personal identifiable information is redacted. Here is a possible administrative solution. Okay, 1. Allow the data entered in individual winery returns to be available to the public based on each winery in each unique zip code. just like Mr. Schaefer had mentioned in his remarks. For such winery returns, the name of the individual winery, the name of the taxpayer, and the taxpayer's identification would be redacted. So there wouldn't be any sharing of personal information. The only identification each winery would be the zip code in which it's located. That's pretty simple, right? If there are zip codes that contain only one winery, that information can be held from disclosure. As long as there are 2 or more wineries in a zip code, the data contained in the winery tax return couldn't be traced directly to one individual winery. So what does all this mean? It means that I believe that this would provide data considered essential to the wine industry and would go a long way as an interim solution. And so what I'd like to do is make a recommendation to the executive director to report back to the board at our next board meeting on the feasibility of this interim solution. And we have already began these conversations. I think Ms. Fleming is definitely on board and able and capable to do this. Now, the second path is probably not so simple, but a viable pathway nonetheless. It is a legislative path. Now, the legislative path would ensure that the maximum amount of data that is released will contribute to the global competitiveness of the wine industry. So what I am recommending today is that the board support, in concept, a statutory remedy that would allow the requested data to be made available to the public. I've been informed that there is a general support for this form, that there's general support for this from the wine industry, and there is no known opposition from wineries to date. And going forward, seeking a statutory solution would provide clarity once and for all on this very murky area. It would allow relevant data on individual wineries to be viewed without redactions. So what I'd like to do now is ask the board to support a statutory remedy to provide for greater disclosure of the data from individual wineries without redactions. And the details of such legislation can be worked out by the wine industry, by interested stakeholders, by members of the legislature, quite frankly, who understand the importance of this data to maintain the global competitiveness of California wineries. And at some point, we may want to engage our expert staff at the BOE for their suggestions. But in the meantime, we're not there just quite yet. And let's see what language the wine industry proposes. I am here to pledge the support of my office that we will continue to work with the wine industry on this statutory resolution. I'm sure that Vice Chair Schaefer's office will also join us in this endeavor. But for the moment, however, I think that the time is ripe for the board to support an in-concept statutory remedy that would allow greater disclosure of information and data from the individual wineries' tax returns. So, 2 suggestions, to make the following 2 suggested actions to the board. In regard to the first motion concerning the administrative solution, I'd like to begin by reading the motion on the floor, then receive comments from the executive director as we proceed. Okay, and then I will follow up with the second motion. My first motion is very simple. My first motion is for the board to direct the executive director to report back to us at the November meeting on a possible administrative solution that allows disclosure of volume of sales data and other relevant information filed by individual wineries. And you would extract this information by the winery's zip code. That would continue to preserve the confidentiality of the individual taxpayer. Are there any comments on this first motion?
I would second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dowers has a question.
I have comments.
Comments.
How did you come up with if there's more than 2 wineries and a zip code you won't disclose? What is that based on?
Because if it's one, just by a simple process of deduction, you would be able to deduce the winery.
I absolutely agree with you on that point, I receive a lot of reports that we're pushing out to the public from the Franchise Tax Board, and they do the same thing. If it's more than X, they don't disclose, but 2 is not the number, it's more significant. So, and I'm sure they go through some type of sampling to come up with that number, and it seems like this 2 or more here is just randomly picked. So I don't know how secure that is.
Okay.
Just
Can you tell me
comment.
what is the what do you do with the Franchise Tax Board? If it's not 2, then
Whatever number that they come up with, I don't know how they got to it, because I'm not a stats girl. But when it's something like that, they would say, we're not going to report how many to say for the California Earned Income Tax Credit. We're not going to say how many in this zip code received the credit because it was less than X. So they feel like
may I propose that the executive director come back to us? Ms. Stowers, I'm not wedded to the number. What I'm just trying to do is get the ball moving to start the conversation. So if Ms. Fleming and her team come up with a different number and a reasoning behind it, I'm ready to embrace it if it makes sense. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Fleming. Any other questions on the motion? Okay, Mr. Chair, what I suggest we do is I'm going to introduce, let me see.
Well, why don't we go ahead and take a vote on, let's take a vote on that first motion then. You want to do that?
We do, but we take public comment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cohen, Mr. Vasquez.
Yes.
I was just processing what Ms. Cohen said, that she's not really married to the 1 or 2, and you're up to, so you're okay if staff did the analysis and decide what's the best number?
Yes.
So should you amend your motion so it reflects that?
Sure, I would be open to that. How about I introduce language that says the executive director can report back to us a suggested number for wineries? Ms. Stowers?
Okay.
Perhaps Ms. Fleming might be able to tighten up the motion then.
I didn't want to jump in there because I saw you guys thinking. I thought, okay, I'll just.
We were thinking out loud.
So thank you, members, for this opportunity. So just, I think that is a good way to approach it because we do have algorithms that help us to determine what is a reasonable number to contain in a zip code. And so I've got, various opinions that it could be 3, it could be 5. So it really is going to depend. And rather than get into that mathematical, discussion today, if you just revise the motion to allow us the flexibility to come back that protects the confidential data attached to a taxpayer. So back to your point, which is the PII, the personal identifiable information. So we can come back with that, give you that metric, and then it can be described in it. So I think we're fine with that. I just will note that in terms of your language, and I hate to do this to you at this late portion of the day, but because we're convening in a work group and your work group structure suggests that you make a recommendation for it versus full motions. But unless my legal has a problem with it, we're going to allow it for today. But we'll need to clean that up to, just in terms of language, motion versus not in a work group. But for expediency for today, and I'm sorry, Ms. Cohen, I know I can explain it to you later. For expediency, right, I know it's late in the day. For expediency, I'm going to let's proceed with it today for the motion. And as long as you revise the statement on the mathematical, that just allows me to go and come up with the right metric for you. And then if you revise that to give me that flexibility as to what number of growers are in a zip code, the rest of the motion is fine. Legal is probably going to kill me later, but guys,
Well, let me restate the motion because I actually, upon rereading it, I think it satisfies Ms. Stowers' concern. This motion is for the board to direct the executive director to report back to us in the next meeting in November on a possible administrative solution that allows disclosure of volume of sales data and other relevant information filed by individual wineries, extracted by each winery's zip code. That would continue to preserve the confidentiality of individual taxpayers. So
That's more specific. It's a
It is
question of
more specific.
Deputy Controller has no objections to that.
Okay.
I second it.
No, the question was open to Deputy Controller as to whether or not she
Oh, no.
agreed.
I'm sorry, I'm shaking my head. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Vice
we need to
Chair.
hurry. We only have 5 minutes. I have one more motion. Please call the vote.
Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the roll. Or do we need to take a public comment on that?
Yes.
Yes. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a comment?
And again, if anybody wishes to make a comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no one in queue. Oh, actually, there's one person queuing up. Just a moment while we get their name. And just one more moment. Okay, and we'll go to the line of Tim Schmelzer. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. Tim Schmelzer, Vice President of California State Relations for Wine Institute. Wanted to express my thanks to, particularly to board member Cohen and her staff, and also to board member Schaefer for sponsoring this effort within the working group, and wanted to express our support for this motion.
Thank you. That's the only one we had in the queue, correct?
We have no one else in queue at this time.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Continue, Member Cohen.
Thank you. The second motion is for the board to support in concept a legislative solution that allows the dissemination of data and information sought by the wine industry.
I second the motion.
Objection.
You said objection or no objection?
Yes, I said objection, ma'am.
Okay.
I object to this because, if you want to know.
I do.
The filing of the wine growers return is a voluntary self-compliance, just like so many of our tax systems, income tax, sales tax. People file the returns under the belief that their business affairs will be held confidential. As BOE administers the wine and alcohol beverage tax program, they are looking to us to protect their confidentiality. I do not think that it would be in our best interest to support legislation that's going to make it public, because we may see a reduction in self-compliance.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts? If I may respond.
It's your program.
Right? I'm trying to think. So we may see a reduction in self-compliance, but there are penalties, that are enforced, right? So it's a little bit like a carrot and a stick. There's also self-interested in reporting their tax data, because then they'll be out of compliance with the law. So this is, I don't know, this is a concept. If the concept doesn't go anywhere, or if the legislature doesn't take it up, then that's their business. But I think as the administrators of this tax program, that this is a request that has come up from our business sector, our California wine industry. I think it's incumbent upon us to explore it as far as and as possible as we can. And I mean, that's
all the respect is coming from the Wine Institute with 1,000 members, and we have over more than 5,500 wine tax returns being filed. So I can't say that it's reflective of all the wine growers. And the report that the Wine Institute puts out is only made available to their members. So not all 5,500 are benefiting from their data. And they probably would expect for their tax data to remain confidential, in my opinion. And as far as there's a penalty when you don't self-comply, absolutely, there is a penalty. But studies show you that it's easier to be self-compliant, and it costs a lot less than to have a forced compliance, the so-called stick. So I'd rather keep our wine growers on the blue path of self-compliance than pushing them onto the red path of non-compliance and imposing penalties. So we can go ahead and vote, but I just wanted to have how I feel about this particular area on the record. The Institute is more than welcome to go out and ask for legislation. They have a lobbyist. They know how to do it. And what they need to change is pretty straightforward.
And so this is just a recommendation to support a concept, a legislative solution. The legislative process, better than I do. It is heavily vetted. It will be handedly debated in both chambers before it would even come out and either come for a vote. So the legislative path provides for notices of parties. I mean, this is only the beginning of a conversation.
But it's going to be led. There's going to be a conversation coming from the Board of Equalization, the organization, the agency responsible for administering that tax program. So with our seal of approval on there, it would probably go. And again, I just have problems with supporting, even in concept, legislation that's going to make taxpayers' data public when they're filing self-compliance with the impression that their business affairs is going to remain public. I think I don't think it's proper for us. I think that our role should be to administer the programs. I understand that you're elected officials and their constituents, but I think this is where we have to draw the line between advocating for constituents and industry and administering a tax program. We're walking a very fine line, and I'm, for one, am not willing to have Controller Yee walk that line with you.
Okay, that's one perspective. I appreciate
Member Cohen,
that.
I think we might have exhausted our time, so I don't know if we can even take a vote at this point since it's not on caption.
Was there a second? I think Schaefer seconded that motion.
Yes, I seconded the motion.
So we need to take public comment, and then we need to do a vote, and we can be done.
Legally, can we do that? I'm okay with it if we can.
We had public comment.
I'm not on this motion.
Chair Vasquez,
yes.
The captioner is continuing, so
go ahead.
We can go ahead. AT&T moderator, could you please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on this matter?
And ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have a comment from line of Tim Schmelzer. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon again, board members. Tim Schmelzer, and we support this motion. And I think, as all the board members are aware, we would really just like to get the board back to its practice for 80 plus years as it existed before these last two. So support the motion and would gladly work with the board towards a legislative solution that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take a vote, Member Gaines, you have your hand up. Or was that all?
Yeah. Thank you. I just was wondering if it seems to me that we're not saying anything in concrete here, and we could look at the language of the bill before we made any decision as to whether to support it or not. And maybe you could even look at it on a countywide basis to provide a higher element of privacy. Just some thoughts. I think this could be worked out. I think comments that Member Stowers makes, I think, I have concern of too. We want to make sure that people's data is kept private, but if it were congregated in such a way that it'd be very difficult for someone to break out for an individual, that might be the answer, similar to what we had discussion about in the first motion. So I'd be supportive if there's that flexibility as we move forward.
Yes, that flexibility is, I mean, it's a concept. We're just shooting out ideas. This is, yes, the flexibility exists, Senator Gaines.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, if you could just call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vasquez, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have a majority on that, so that did pass. And just for the record, and then while we adjourn, now we'll adjourn this working group. But before we adjourn this, Member Cohen, did you want to put out a date for the next meeting?
Oh, the next meeting is November 6th.
16th?
I think the next board meeting. Yes.
Okay. And then before we adjourn this, I'm wondering, do we need to list the date of the next special meeting we're going to have? I guess we're talking about the work group
For the AAB.
for the AAB stuff. We should post that, no, Ms. Fleming?
But you would have to post it 10 days prior to whenever you're going to schedule and actually hold the meeting. So I think you're going to need to work that out and then determine when you'd like to have the meeting. It sounds like we need to have some discussion first and then notify us, and we can support you making sure that the public notice is presented. But I don't know that you're ready to schedule a date today, because it sounds like Mr. Parker is not available.
I'm good with that. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't adjourning before making that decision. Okay, with that, then we will, unless there's any other closing comments for the working group, Member Cohen?
Nope, no other comments. Let's wrap it up.
Okay, so we're adjourned, and we'll see you all. Well, it's virtually.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And sorry about the delay with all this tech.
Yeah, again, our apologies for the inconvenience of the
Which,
tech.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, it's okay. It's Kamala.
Kamala 57.
So since you can't say